today? Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms, feel it in your legs, feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go, just let your body go, just let your body go and move to the rhythm. Now we won't go back home today, until the very last hour. We still got a few more days to slay, it's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms, feel it in your legs, feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go, just let your body go, just let your body go and move to the rhythm.
Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I baby, why do I baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 2 of EURC, of course, the home of European University Rocket League. And what a week we had last week. So I am looking very much forward to this week as well. Of course, I am joined on the panel by Nuilek and Madge. Now, Nuilek, our first game of today, of course, we'll recap the groups, but are you excited for this week, in particular for TUD8? You think they're going to be doing well?
I hope they're going to be doing well. It's a team that I do think on their day can take a fight to most of the teams in this tournament. But, you know, when they're not on their day, not always the case. So today, hopefully going to be their day. I want to see these boys do well.
Yeah, and of course, joined Madge. How are you doing as well as last week? So many up and down results. Of course, we don't have many matches from Group D, but on the side of Birmingham, of course, in which that department, you're an expert. They didn't get either series win last week. Both close series, but how do you feel about their sort of chances going forward and their group as a whole?
So it's a bit of a case of so close but so far away for the Badgers at the minute. I mean, they lost the first game was a game 5 again, typical of the Badgers, and then they lost I think it was a 6-minute overtime, which swung their second series around. So yeah, it seems like they do well, but they seem to have the habit of losing, and it's kind of a hard habit to get out of sometimes.
Yeah, it was just painful to watch, so I can only imagine what it was like for them to play. As in terms of our schedule for today, of course, don't forget that there are many streams going on covering EURC. There is a Rocket Benelux stream as well, and many of Societies. I know we've got Polish streams, we've got a Belgium stream from ULB as well, and I think I'm even forgetting another one on top of that, maybe, as our first game here at EURC_RL, you're in the right place, of course, will be Engine Stuttgart against TUD8, as we talked about, and that is going to be a very, very juicy one. That is actually coming out of, let me just double check it. Is it actually group? No, it's not group A. In fact, I'm completely lost. It is group C. And I said we might talk about the groups from A, B, C, and D. But you know what? How about we just ignore that, guys? Let's look at group C as well. It's a very, very close in the middle of the pack. We've got Bournemouth Barracudas up at 2-0 at the top. And of course, the Cheshire Griffins are 0-2. Everyone in between, Nirelek, as a 1-1. And I feel like this just means that this particular week is going to be massive for everyone involved, right?
Oh, absolutely. And would you believe it? Bournemouth sitting up there, the only team in the group 2-0. Do you know who they played last week? It was Zenit Stuttgart and TUD Apes. It's the two teams we're going to see first. They beat both of those teams. It was closer for Engine Stuttgart than it was for the TUD Apes. So, I mean, you know, but like the law of transitive properties definitely doesn't apply in Rocket League all the time. Just because one team looks stronger against another team doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the case. And as you say, the fact that everyone has won one in this group, the fact that we're playing 3 games for every team this week as well, means that this is really the week that I think we're going to start to see which teams are most likely to make it out of groups. And playing against these teams who look to be equal to you in the standings or look like they'll be near your standings, especially if you're around that 5th place mark, it's going to be so important to pick up those wins this week.
Yeah, it's just absolutely huge this week as well, especially for the TUD Apes. Last week, they pulled off what I would consider an upset win over the UEA Blue Jays, right, Madge? But they found themselves getting swept by Bournemouth, so a little bit of a reality check happened there. But how do you feel, and how important is this result, in your opinion, with how stacked that middle of the pack in Group C is, of course, with the likes of Brussels, with the likes of the Martinis coming out of the Netherlands, and, of course, Durham and UEA, right?
Yeah, so I think it's quite an interesting group, this. I think I'd expect both TUD Apes and Stuttgart to make it out. And in terms of, as the fact they've already won 1 series each, I don't think that this series is necessarily going to differentiate whether they make it out of the group or not. I think more maybe looking to see who's going to finish 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 4th in the group. But I think that if they want to try and get into those top positions and try and get a favourable playoff position, I think this is a really important series, and you also don't want to be going towards the latter end of the group stages, you know, having to rely on other teams maybe to get results for you, or having to beat a team which you're expected to win to qualify. I mean, you don't really want to be in that position at all. So it's sort of relieving pressure of yourselves. I think a series like this is really pivotal, and you can't really afford to drop any series in a group format like this.
Exactly, and it sort of sets the tone for your day, of course. Teams playing 3 series today in most cases, unless their series have been rescheduled. And if you start off the day with the loss, then who knows how that might impact your remaining 2 series. Of course, our 2nd series of the day will be Tilburg against the UWE Sea Stags. Now, that is a series from Group A, so we can sort of return to alphabetical fashions if we pull Group A up. Of course, topped, unsurprisingly, by Berlin Phoenix, but equally on a 6-0 record is Tilburg. They got 2 3-0 sweeps last week, putting themselves in a nice spot, and I feel like UWE are kind of up against it in that one, right? But it's also quite a polarized group, Nirelek, right? Every single series in Group A has been a sweep. You see, you've got 2 0-2 teams at 0-6, the 2 2-0 teams 6-0. Everyone else in the middle is 3-3, where they've swept one of their opponents and been swept by the other. What a strange group this is right now, yeah?
It's absolutely bizarre. I mean, it makes it really difficult to actually look at this, because I know I was literally just saying, you know, it's very hard to look at how a series goes and then apply that to another series, but I mean, still, when you have this many sweeps, I mean, you want to look at a sweep and be like, well, one of these teams was clearly better. But when you have, as you say, this many teams just clearly sweeping each other, you think it'd make it very easy to divide the group. But the fact that there's 4 teams sitting in the middle on 3 wins and 3 losses in games, 1-1 in series, I mean, it's going to be how these teams start stacking up against each other. And even more so that potentially then in Group C, watching how the UWEC Stags and York Pun Name and FHDWE Sports Alpha and Kiel Krakens actually, line up against each other, I think is really going to determine who comes out on top, because you know, there's 2 teams on top, there's 4 teams in the middle, only 5 teams can make it out. That's 6 teams I just counted off.
Yeah, it's spot on, really. In particular with UWE, right, Madge? They swept the NUIG Griffins as a great sort of result last week, but before that, they had been swept by York, and I feel like that really stunts their group. And I feel like you have to count Tilburg as favourites coming into that series. That is, of course, again, our 2nd series of the day. How much do you rate their chances going into that? And in likewise really their chance of getting to top 5, as New Elite was saying?
So I think domestically they've had a pretty good couple of weeks. I think they're on good form. I think they went 3-0 in Newell, I believe, to finish third in the Swiss standings there. I think they had a decent week in NSC as well. So it seems like maybe they're in a good moment as a team. Maybe they're clicking. Sebadam's popping off. I don't know. I've not really seen that many of their fixtures. I've only really seen their games. So I haven't really seen their results. But obviously with the players that they've got a potential to beat anyone, to be fair. And I mean, I wouldn't just say getting swept by York's necessarily the worst result in the world. It would be seen again. York are a team that are more than capable of pulling off results themselves. So yeah, I was just looking at this group now, and I kind of wish they'd stop playing any more results or fixtures or anything. It looks so aesthetic, just like seeing the 6-0, 6-0, 3-3s. And yeah,
it's actually so satisfying how perfect that symmetry is. As of course, we should remind you, in case you're not familiar, of course, that the top 5 will get out of the group of 8, but the placement in that top 5 is huge. If you finish 4th or 5th, you will be starting in the lower bracket of playoffs, and you only got 1 life left at that point. 2nd or 3rd, you'll be in the upper bracket, and then up on the throne at the top of the group. If you can come first in that group, you not only do you start in upper bracket, but you get a bye in it, and that is just the sort of luxury that you want to be giving yourself, right? And I think one of the series that could certainly have an implication, on who gets that top spot in Group B is our 3rd series of the day. And I think it's going to be an absolute cracker. It's going to be Dusseldorf against Erasmus Esports Rotterdam, right? Both them 2 teams, if we take a look at Group B, guys, are at 2-0 at the moment. Of course, Dusseldorf haven't dropped a game yet so far, and we saw them sweep Essex in quite convincing fashion as well. Let's not forget Loughborough, who were originally the top seed in that group, did drop Game 5 to Beckett Bears. So the middle of that group, New Elite, also looking quite spicy as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you're saying, this could potentially have an implication for the top seed. I say there's a decent chance that whoever wins this series could just go on to win this group. Because, they've both looked very good. Dusseldorf in particular, they have looked very convincing. I will say, looking at the schedule, I think Dusseldorf have had a little bit of an easier time of it so far. They've come up against the Vroegschap Bankers, and I believe their other match was, as you say, against Essex Blades. But over on the other side, you have Erasmus Esports, who came up against the Beckett Bears, dropped 1 game to them, which, respectable. The Beckett Bears are still a good team, and then Erasmus dropped 2 games to PXL. Just looking at how the rest of that group is going, to me, the Dusseldorf have had a slightly easier schedule, but I'd still hesitate to kind of give either of these teams the edge coming in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. As well, that race for top 3 as well. Just, you feel like it should be Loughborough, Erasmus, and Dusseldorf, but in the race for top 1 match, right? You feel like I feel personally, I don't think we can really count out Loughborough, as I could easily see like a 3-way tie where all 3 of those teams have only got 1 loss at the end of the group. But then teams like Beckett Bears putting in a lot of work as well, but also the likes of Sapienza Roma, I feel like they've shot themselves in the foot a little bit, but also in terms of top 5, it's not impossible for them to make a comeback, right? What are your thoughts in general about Group B, and in particular that race for the top spot as well?
So I think Beckett Bears have really epitomised the Rocket League season we've had domestically. I mean, they were kind of a bit of an unknown performance of the season. I think they only just qualified for nationals the back end of last split. And they've been working their socks off. They've been scrimming all the time, and it's really paid off. I mean, they've just beaten Loughborough. They're in Upper Nats, I believe. Maybe I think at least they were in Upper Nats. And it's kind of really epitomised the season we've had domestically. Teams beating teams we didn't expect. Teams being at the top we didn't expect. And I'm going to back them. I'm going to think that Beckett Bears have a really good chance of finishing strongly in this group. But that's a huge result for them in the week. And it kind of throws this group open. I mean, I'm expecting maybe PXL to drop down.
I think so, yeah.
Possibly. But then you see the likes of Essex and Beckett. Essex, Beckett, Loughborough, Erasmus and Dusseldorf. I don't know. I have no idea who's going to win that group or where those teams will end up. Yeah.
So interesting looking at Group B, of course. Our 3rd match of the day coming out of that group. As we do certainly love Group C today, but we have already talked about it, and as I said early on, we don't actually have a game today on this stream from Group D, but that doesn't stop us talking about it, right? One of the highlight series from last week was that reverse sweep by Portsmouth over Basilisk, and I feel so bad for Basilisk, who probably 0-2 right now, likewise alongside Birmingham Badgers, and like just looking at the how that could shape up in the race for top 5 in terms of those two teams, like Berlin and Birmingham? It feels like it's going to be a fight between those two teams to the death, right?
Oh, absolutely. And starting off 0-2 and being a team that's still kind of expected to make it out is not a position you envy anyone. That's not where you want to be, because now every series, as has been mentioned, every series in a best-of-1 group format, or, play everyone once, single round robin group format, is kind of a must-win. But especially now, when you've started so poorly, the only way is up if you want to have any chance to make it out. And for Basilisks and Badgers, the quality is there. They had such good series. If something had fallen slightly differently for either of these teams, they wouldn't have been sitting here at the 0-2 start, but it didn't. And the reality is that now both of these teams, both good teams, will have to push really hard to overtake one of the teams ahead of them to actually get out of this group.
Yeah. And I was curious about that as well, Madge. How do you feel about Jyväskylä's chances in sort of holding on? Of course, they have already had that game against the White Mages where they did get that 3-0 sweep, as we are unfortunately expecting White Mages to probably struggle in that group. How do you rate Jyväskylä's chances in holding on, but also that race for the first seed in the group? But the, Groningen Mojitos, Portsmouth and Salford, that feels like a 3-way race to me, but do you think it's too early to call? And who do you see coming out on top of that one?
So having watched the Jyväskylä's White Mages series last week, I think Jyväskylä's have had a roster switch and they're not as strong as they had been previously, and so I don't think they'll be able to make it out this such a strong group. I think they have experienced players on the team though, so you cannot be taken lightly, and they did perform well in patches in that series. My issue I think I have with the Badgers is that I could see them taking a series off Salford or Portsmouth maybe, but then I can also see them maybe coming close with a team like Jyväskylä's or Mages. They seem to be a team which can take everyone to game 5s, has close series with everyone. Maybe they just lack a bit of consistency at times, but I think I was speaking to Choco the other day and they seem confident enough. But yeah, it's a big day for them. It's a big week ahead, and it really defines their season. I mean, I think they've put all their eggs in this basket, in the EURC basket, just to get out of this group and perform well.
Yeah, you would hope that they would manage it despite that, but I'm afraid, one team will be going home very happy and one will be pretty damn sad, as of course we can move on to talk once again against our starting series of the day. It will be I do believe that Stuttgart might be having to use a sub today, so maybe I think Tivelik's playing instead of Janotelik. I think I might have said that wrong, who knows, but we're going to have to factor that into our predictions, as I feel like Dublin really needing this series, and if I have to make the prediction myself heading into this, I was probably going to go for Engine Stuttgart, but knowing that the substitute is being used now, and Shane, my Parable, N-Cannon, they might be struggling right now in terms of their scoreline, but they've already upset UEA, and I think they've been putting in the work. So me personally, I'm gonna back the TUD Apes coming out of Ireland, and I think I got it wrong way around, by the way. I think it's actually Tivelik who has to be subbed out. And how does that weigh up for you, Niralaik? And are you gonna predict against your Irish brethren by any chance?
I'm gonna put it this way: without the sub, I think the smart money would have been on Stuttgart. I probably still would have voted TUD Apes, and with the sub there anyway, I mean, there's nothing at all to change my mind. And so I'm gonna go with the TUD Apes. I'm gonna stick with the Irish squad. I think they have what's in them to actually take this win down, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not it can happen.
All right, well, 2 out of 2 for the Irish University. Madge, are you going to be the voice of reason here? Are you going to back Engine Stuttgart, or is it going to be a green whitewash across the board?
I'm going to make it a 3-0. I'm going to go for a 3-0, a 3-0 sweep as well from the Apes. I mean, it may be a bit illogical of me. I know Stuttgart took Bournemouth close. I think they lost in a game 5, so I mean, they're not a team to take lightly. But again, with the sub, who knows? Maybe subs pop off sometimes, so it could happen, but I don't see it today.
Oh, there you have it. Our panel has predicted completely against the teams currently tied for second in Group C. Maybe we're insane, maybe we're smart, who knows? But I do know that down at the field, we have got Actional, and maybe he can give you guys a voice of reason here as we head in to our first series of the day.
Thank you very much, Tylacto. I think, just for a bit of fun and variety on the stream, provide a voice of reason for you guys here. It's Noah giving me the Irish tint there. I'm gonna back Stuttgart. Yana, I think, obviously, if she was good enough to be on the main team, then we wouldn't be talking about a substitute. But I don't think it's going to make such a big difference that Stuttgart aren't still perhaps the slight favourites. But I certainly wouldn't be predicting a sweep in either direction here.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I'm not the one who predicted the sweep. I don't know where Madge got that one from, but no, I'm looking forward to a close series potentially either direction. I mean, I would have predicted the sweep if I'd been given the chance because obviously I have full faith, but I fully understand where you're coming from. These are both good teams. I think you're right. Yana is definitely still going to provide a bit of threat for this Stuttgart side, and the other two players, as you say, this is 2/3 of a roster that took Bournemouth to a game 5. So they're definitely nothing to be sniffed at here. And as we get ready to get into game number 1, I mean, this is where it all starts. We're going to see the first game of the night, the first game of the week for EURC. Who's going to come out on top on this one? I mean, it all comes down a little bit to this first kickoff. Let's see which direction we head with this.
That's a strong start for the Apes there, sending Adgo scrambling back to his own net, but Stuttgart managed to avoid an early calamity here. Shane, into the corner it goes, out from the corner it comes. My Parable is expecting it. Does he have 2? Not quite, but it won't matter. And Cannon firing shots and firing missiles, and just 15 seconds on the clock, and TU Dublin are 1 up.
Yeah, My Parable misses the double touch off the back wall there, but I mean, is close enough to it that the defense still has to at least be in a position to try and potentially save it if it came through. And one of the things I do love about this TUD squad, and I say it every time I see them on stream, is when they're playing well, the synergy is there, the team plays, the passing is very strong, and you can see players rotating in. That's kind of what we saw there, was just the cover from one player after it was a little bit missed off the back wall. And it's led them to an early goal, and if they can continue to get those, if they continue to put themselves in positions like that, they'll start to run away with this game.
Yeah, they definitely will, and if Stuttgart continues to defend like this, I think TUD will run away with this game. Yana manages to get back just in time. Chain. Speculative, but, you've got to test early on. Their nerves can really get to a team, and I think, if you're going to be firing, it's, like conventional football in that kind of respect. You've got to be testing people, particularly if teams are running with a sub. You spot them rotating in on the third man, nerves running, big occasion, crucial game. You want to be taking pot shots, because if one of them goes in, it will be a mental landmine for the other team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you keep landing shots on target, there's a chance one of them will go in eventually. And it's you kind of ask the questions of the defense, and as long as you keep asking questions, the other team has to keep having the answers. TUD, they've been in their own half for a little while now, but Stuttgart really weren't asking those questions while they were managing to spend time in the blue half.
No, and to be fair, I think that one real question there was asked of Shane with that, slightly awkward backward clear, but a man of Shane's talents launches it straight downfield, no problems whatsoever. So 1 question, 1 answer so far for Dublin, but you'd wager that they'll get at least one chance.
Hello.
Oh my goodness, I think I'd go missed, but he manages to slot it into the bottom left. But that's not something a fan of Dublin would be a fan of watching, I think it's fair to say.
All right, yeah. I have a question for the Dublin defense. Where were you? Where did you go?
Yeah.
It's a little bit unfortunate on that. I think you saw the commit at the halfway line, and unfortunately, when you're last man back, you just can't commit that aggressively when you're in a situation where the miss will just lead to an open goal. It's exactly what happened there. Stuttgart equalised it, and with 3 minutes back on the clock, I mean, it's starting to look like it's anyone's game after TUD started well.
Yeah, and I think, like you say, it's going to be both of these teams on any given day could win very convincingly. I think both teams starting out on stream tonight could, perhaps affect their mental a little bit, particularly if something goes wrong for them. They'll be aware, obviously, that it's being seen, and that can have an impact on some teams. If you make that awkward mistake and it's just 6 of you in the lobby, you move on with your life. But when there's a good few people watching at home, it's a little bit harder to just reset yourself. So nerves definitely a factor. It's been fairly cagey so far, but we have had 2 goals. We might have a third here, but Shane's just tapped it off the crossbar. And Stuttgart managed to get the ball clear. Now, can they turn it into some offense? Adgo's just going to run out of boost, and My Parable gets it back. Looks like end-to-end stuff, but not of the exciting variety, more of the sort of nervous hitting the ball away variety.
Yeah, absolutely, and players kind of getting weird misses. That's Parable in front of goal. Parable with the shot, and Parable will score that one on the inside post. It's a good pass infield, but it's just cagey defense, and I think you're right in calling it that. You can see Adgo's goes up, but it's too late, and then Yana just gives way too much space on that near post to Parable.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately for Yana, I think she was just put in a very horrible position there by the early commit, and pinch from Shane, perfect. Just popped it out far enough. Sometimes you hit those and they're halfway back to your own goal before you blinked, but Shane manages to get just the deftest little pinch, but this is better. Off the crossbar, but that is much more promising. Can Yana finish? Not quite, but I would say, despite the fact that Stuttgart have scored, that period of offense was the best we've seen from them so far.
Oh, 100%. I wouldn't even have felt bad about watching that one go in. I was so close to just an absolute banger of a shot. And I would have definitely settled nerves in this game. And I think that's nerves that really seem to be the issue here, both on offense and on defense. The shots aren't necessarily landing on target. People are hesitating to actually go for the clears and to actually go for the challenges. And if that continues, I mean, we're in for a series that won't be as exciting as I think we were first hoping for. But so we'll just hope that these players start to settle in now. And that's a great infield pass to Parable.
Yeah, you see it, don't you? You see sort of little flashes here and there of the kind of stuff that we see normally from these teams, you know? And I think, like you say, we just cross our fingers that it's just a bit of game one sort of jitters. They get it out of their system, and we are seeing more and more of it as the, you know, even this first game goes on. You know, as the second half drags on, and Cannon looking for the negative angle, doesn't quite get it. Would have had to have been something quite special from that far out with the keeper right there. But promising signs here from both teams that I think warming up is occurring.
Yeah, absolutely. Shane, we saw, had a chance there, just went a little bit too fast on the ball. But it has, because he used all his boost, led to this pressure now of offensive pressure for Stuttgart, who've also stolen all of the boost on the pitch. So Cannon, despite the fact he had the ball in the middle of the pitch, couldn't do anything with it. Good demos have taken the pressure off TUD though. Yeah,
it was a demo on Shane that caused the problem. Thankfully, they managed to get one in return that alleviated a lot of that pressure. And of course, you know, they don't need to be sort of throwing the kitchen sink here. That's Stuttgart's job with 1 goal to get and only 20 seconds to get it in. Down the ball goes. Shane's in his own corner. He's managed to get a brilliant pinch. Now, Adgos needs to catch this. It's an awkward bounce. It was horrible for him, and he's managed to do well enough, but the ball's on the wrong side. It goes again, just the wrong way round, and it looks like the last push in this game might go to Dublin. It's going down the field. Final seconds tick down. The ball's in field, but it's going to be killed brilliantly. And that was a strong start for the TUD8s.
Yeah, my heart was momentarily in my mouth there at the very end, but it was only for about 2 seconds. And I think the end of that game kind of snuck up on me a little bit. I don't know about you, Atch, but there was a little bit of a lack of urgency from both teams towards the end. And that's fair enough from TUD8s. They're 1 goal up coming into the end of that game. But Engine Stuttgart are down a goal. And really, you know, they had one okay period of pressure where they got 1 really good shot off. Other than that, they got a goal off a TUD mistake. And other than that, they were just seemed to be happy kind of pootling around the middle of the pitch, hitting the ball forward every so often and hoping that something came of it.
Yeah, I still would say that Stuttgart had the best single piece of offense.
Oh, 100%.
Problem it was just a single piece of offense, you know?
And it didn't actually manage to score.
Yeah, unfortunately the shot comes cannoning off the crossbar, but it was definitely, I think, the best heads-up play from either team in that game. It was just that they didn't manage to convert it, you know, as it came so hard off the crossbar, wasn't able to convert it then into some sort of prolonged pressure on the defence for Dublin. But, you know, I think the fact that Jana was, you know, sort of in the middle of that scoreboard there for Stuttgart is a promising sign for them going forward. Shows that actually, you know, these guys, they're not suffering too much, you know, without Tidlicks here. And I think they will at least take a game here. But I must admit, I've been surprised by Dublin so far.
Yeah, I think I've kind of just been surprised by the pace of the series. I expected it to be a little bit faster. And hey, we talked about it. Maybe it'll just start to speed up now, especially here in Game 2. And at the end of the day, win's a win for Dublin. They've just started the series 1-0, and you can't turn it down, no matter what form it comes in.
No, definitely not. I mean, you know, I feel like it's certainly a motto when I play, not when I cast, but when I'm playing, it doesn't matter how you score them, is a phrase that gets bandied about quite a lot. I think it might get bandied around here. No, my Parable manages to get back, but a little nervy there. Both teams seem to be getting caught out somewhat on sort of overcommitment to a third man. That's a free shot for Shane. Is he going to score it? No. Not his best shooting, it must be said, but Stuttgart hold firm. Jana's going to need a big clear. That's not as big, but Adgo's got boost, so this should be fine. Up it goes. Desired is there off the side wall, and it's going to be a stretch. Both teams having some good ideas, just not quite executing them properly just yet.
Yeah, and this could be a chance. No, it's going to be cleared well, and this is maybe once again Trinity getting caught. Or TUD, whoops, that's a different college.
You see the green.
Yep, no, it's fine. But I think one of the things I want to look at as well is that, you know, TUD, they've tried for a few little fakes in front of goal. They haven't come off very well. They've nearly been catching Stuttgart out, and that's the kind of thing that can make the defense even more nervous, is that fear of getting faked. And so you can kind of watch now as TUD start to move up the pitch. Stuttgart, I mean, they seem to be managing it well, but definitely something that you need to keep an eye on is being aware of what the opponent is trying to pull off.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we were talking about in that last game, you know, if wouldn't matter so much, you know. Someone pulls a filthy fake on you,
Yeah.
just of you and a few of your teammates and their team, you know. It's a bit upsetting, but you probably get over it. But when you know that's being broadcast and is there in perpetuity for other people to send over and watch again and again,
Yeah.
you know, that's going to be a bit of a mental landmine. And that's a good touch from Shane, just a little too high. Again, sort of no follow-up pressure from either team, you know. The clears are coming out fine, and then we get balls like this into the middle sometimes. That one was cleared well, but when they do come into the middle, there's rarely anyone there pressuring the first defender. This is going to be awkward, and Cannon's missed it. Adgos does very well, and Stuttgart take the lead as the halfway mark approaches.
Once again, I'm just going to go back to the pace of this game being surprisingly just kind of, you know, stately is the euphemism I'm going to describe for it. Adgos just got all the time in the world to take that ball off the sidewall. I mean, it was a very nice shot. It was good ball control, but there was nothing particularly inspired. He just came off the wall and drove it directly downwards, and given so much space to work with by TUD on that one. And again, surprising to see out of these two teams.
Yeah, no, I mean, but you know, first series of the day for them, you know, I mean, all teams, well, most teams, as we discussed, are playing 3 series tonight, so plenty of time, but obviously I think both teams will feel like they have a very good shot of winning this. And I think, you know, obviously we've been talking, or you guys were talking on the panel earlier about the sort of, you know, playoff permutations already, because by the end of tonight we'll be over halfway through the group stage, and this is a game that I think one or the other team might look back on and say, well, you know, this was probably our best chance to grab another win if we didn't end up taking it in this instance. But as the 2-minute mark approaches, that's a crucial miss. And Cannon predicted it. I think maybe some good comms coming out there from Shane to let his teammate know that that one wasn't going to go quite to plan. But Dublin needs something here, and some sustained defensive pressure would be a fantastic start.
Yeah, absolutely. Bump attempt there. Yana just about gets in the way. Parable have to follow up, and this is both teams suddenly finding a little bit of pressure onto the other goals, and their shots actually starting to come through. Those questions starting to be asked of the defenses, and here could be another one. If Shane finds pass, won't quite, and Cannon down for it off the left post, just about. But hey, you love to actually see these shots actually starting to come through. You don't love to see this going in. Shane, oh my god, gets in the way of that one. But hey, shots are landing on target. I'm excited about that, Atch.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's what you want, isn't it, really? Is some scramble saves, no matter who you're supporting. That's a strong front post commit from Desired, and didn't quite get punished for it. But again, Dublin's maybe the 3rd time this game that they've all been scrambling back at the same time, rushing after a Stuttgart attack. And thus far, Stuttgart haven't managed to get the ball all the way into the net before anyone manages to get back. But I think it's more of a sort of ticking clock, that one. I think Dublin need to catch up with that. That's a good touch off. Now, here we go. Some passing, perhaps, from the boys in blue. My Parable goes for the shot. I think one more pass was on. They'd done so well, and Shane was available. Oh, goodness. As the seconds tick down, it's Dublin chasing, and it's Dublin finding. My Parable levels us up with just over 40 seconds to play in Game 2.
Man, Natch, what did I say to you at the start of the series? I said when Dublin are on, it's the passing plays that these boys pull out that really set them apart, honestly, from other teams of a similar skill level. And you're looking at just pure skill of these players. I think the synergy that Dublin have on those passes does just randomly show up sometimes. I have no idea where they pull it from, but right there, 2 really good passing plays in a row. It leads to the goal. They still need to be careful. It's only 1-1, and we've seen, like, you know, the defense isn't always there for Dublin. They're kind of allowing themselves to leave a little bit too much space on defense. That'll be such a heartbreaking way to get caught out now with this. Could be kind of great touch. It's going to be crossbars down. It's not going to go in. I can't believe it. Wait, still there, Shane. In! Bang! We take those.
Yeah, you take those.
Yeah.
There'll be rumblings in Germany as desks across Stuttgart get obliterated after that. That's a horrible way to concede absolute shambles on the defense. But, I mean, it was just so awkward. That touch from Nkannon put them in such a tricky spot because, I mean, what are you going to do when it bounces off the bar and the post like that? There's not much you can do, and now they're chasing again. It was a game they had comfortably up by a minute mark, but as the seconds tick down, it's flipped around, and it's looking increasingly like it's a reverse sweep necessary, and my Parable's going to confirm it there. TUD played very well here to reverse that game too.
Yeah, just really well played. It honestly feels like TUD remembered that they had teammates in the last minute of gameplay there, and all of a sudden we're like, hey, I can not only have teammates who will rotate back and help me defend, but I can pass to them as well. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I can use the teammates, and that's exactly what started to happen there, and it led to not only just that first goal, which was just 2 really well-worked passing plays that ended up in Stuttgart's defense, kind of just, disappearing, because that's what passing plays do. They pull you around until you don't have a player in the way anymore.
And the goal is, it's exactly that. The goal wasn't overly pretty, but the fact was the passing that had produced that avenue of opportunity for them was immensely pretty. And I've got to say, personally, passing in Rocket League is probably my favourite style of offense.
Yeah.
When it comes off properly, a few well-executed passes into a shot, or like you say, into some sustained pressure that you can then turn into something bigger, absolutely fantastic to watch. So even though I backed Stuttgart to begin with, if TUD can bring more of that passing into Game 3 and take it here, I won't mind being wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, here we are now. Like, despite the fact that Game 1 was a little bit slow, despite the fact it took a long time for TUD to turn it on there in Game 2, you were right. It's now reverse sweep territory for Stuttgart. They now have to win 3 games in a row to pull this one back. And that's difficult. I mean, TUD Apes are a team that I've seen before in the past. They have strong mental. So even if they drop 1 or 2 games here, you can't count them out for that Game 5. And that's assuming that Stuttgart managed to get us all the way to that Game 5 in the first place.
Well, yes, exactly. I mean, obviously, I think it'll be a harsh reflection on Stuttgart and their performance tonight if this does go down in the books as a 3-0. Yeah. But then the thing is, you look at these kind of matchups all the time. One team only has maybe a 55-60% chance of winning any given game. But then if they can take 3 in a row, which, likelier than it would look, it's going to look very good for them on paper, and it'll do wonders for TUD going forward in the playoff, scenarios for them, getting some good game differential, obviously our first tiebreaker. So they'll be wanting to close this out in 3. Stuttgart, of course, any games are victories. They don't have to win in the end. If they can get to 5, then they get to 5, and that is obviously much better than only getting to 3. So both teams still lots to play for here, and Dublin again, slight double commit on defense, but it's going to work out just because of the amount of time they have in midfield. I feel like that pass perhaps not what Ncannon was hoping for, but he's going for the bump. Again, ideas from Dublin fantastic, and when the execution comes through, it will be absolutely beautiful.
It will, but it does feel like the pressure's been Stuttgart so far in this game. Zadko's went up for a double touch on that, a bit of a double commit on the defense for Dublin as well. And that's the second double commit in a row that we've called out in 2 consecutive plays, and that, is just a result of Stuttgart getting good pressure down here early on. Dublin having to scramble a bit on defense, and I mean, this is how you have to start playing a Game 3 and when you're 2-0 down in order to try and come back. Yeah,
it is, and I mean, at the end of the day...
That's not how you do it, though.
No. I was just about to say, if Stuttgart have to stretch in order to chase this game and end up losing it by more, that's a completely respectable way to go out, There is no point at this point turtling up, saying, well, it's only going to be 1, and just hoping for something to go wrong. I mean, so far Dublin have shown signs, but none of the double commits have been sufficiently dangerous that you could expect a free goal for Stuttgart in this game. So I think Stuttgart are now going to have to chase this, and if they concede again, then, at least they tried, but they've got to go for it. And I think if they can connect, if either team can connect, they will just take this game by storm. It's just, thus far, it's been flashes rather than sustained wins.
Oh, and Adgoes is the player I have my eyes on right now for Stuttgart. He definitely seems to be the player who is just trying, is just committing super hard, is playing super fast, is beating TUD to a lot of the balls. And so I think if a goal comes, it'll come from something Adgoes sets up or something Adgoes scores.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was nearly it.
Yeah, hearts in mouths if your name was Shane. I think on that play, the smoke screen cleared to reveal an on-rushing Desired and very nearly just squirmed into the bottom corner of the net. Now, Adgoes has no boost. Going to do well to make them realise that. Unfortunately, Shane's got there. And Cannon, it's a great pass down. Just needed a tiny bit more height on the touch, and I think they would have been up by 2. That's an awkward bounce. I think Parable was looking for an awkward bounce, and he got one. Shane, off into the left corner he goes. Up the wall. Out. Oh, not quite. Right there. And Yano's actually cheated up very well. That's a promising sign, and that's not a very promising touch. Dublin still, for all their merits on offense, not looking the most formed on defense at the minute.
No, definitely not. And I think that is just credit to Engine Stuttgart, who are just playing with pace, playing with speed, and looking to punish Dublin when they go for any ball, whether or not it's punishable. Unfortunately for Stuttgart, it's not come off yet. It hasn't resulted in the goal. And they are running out of time now. We just have 2 minutes left in the game. Dublin's still up by 1. And Shane up on the wall. I mean, again, TU Dublin will just randomly look threatening out of nowhere sometimes on the counter-attack.
We've seen both teams do it at least once now, where one player's been very promisingly positioned for the pass up the side wall to get it out of defence, and it's gone well, but then it's the transition where the problem is. This is where the problem is for Dublin. Oh, Adgos will feel very hard done by then. That was a blind leap from the Dublin defence, but it was one that turned out fine for them, and now Adgos has to do a bit of defending. Shane has boost, and he goes for the fake. It was so close, and I think that would have been the final nail in the coffin for the Stuttgart defence had that fake come off. So I can appreciate he going for that there as 90 seconds comes and goes. Again, Stuttgart chasing. They've been chasing a lot of this series, but they certainly have it within them here to score one and force an overtime.
And honestly, I kind of want to see Adgos do it. He's been so close to pulling off some great shots, some great intercepts on passes in the middle of the pitch, and the fact that none of them have come through is just heartbreaking. It just enjoyed good Rocket League. And the problem is he's doing so much on defense for the team as well. He's up for that one now. It's going to be on target, but Dublin this time, they're rotating back. Sometimes it doesn't look glimpse, but it's happening just in time, and there just seems to always be a player sitting there by the time Engine Stuttgart managed to get a shot onto target.
Yeah, that is the thing, isn't it? It's not clinical or sort of surgically precise. It's
not pretty.
Fairly slapdash at times from Dublin on the defensive end. But they're making it work. They are patching holes as they go, and so far the garment is still wearable. But Spain again just sneaking across, illustrating my point quite nicely. But 20 seconds to go. They are 20 seconds away from a clean sweep here. And the ball's on the right side for them to finish it off. That's a great bump, and Cannon up. Making it awkward enough. Shane, again, just popping the ball up. That will do it. If Parable can score, but he hasn't. I don't think he expected that much time on the ball. Now,
goes.
Oh!
No.
Oh, that is such a harsh way. It's still alive, but it's just, I don't think it's going to click here for Stuttgart. That was the most unfortunate bump on his own teammate. Just landed on him out of the sky. But oh my goodness, that was so harsh from Stuttgart. It was a much better performance than a 3-0 sweep would indicate, I think. And, Dublin will happily take that, of course. But I think, going forward, I can't quite remember who their subsequent fixtures are tonight. But I would imagine that the kind of stuff that they're pulling in that series won't wash against some of the tougher opponents in this group.
It definitely won't. TUD Apes, luckily for them, in some ways are playing up against the Szczecin Griffins in their next series of the night. So potentially a chance against one of the Polish teams who've been struggling a little bit so far in the group stages for TUD to actually continue to warm up. But I think, look, to go back to this series for a second, all credit to Stuttgart. They did come in tonight playing with a sub, still kept it close in every game, had their chances. Adgos in particular, I think, was very hard done by in that last game to not actually manage to manufacture manufactured a couple of real chances, didn't manage to produce the goal out of it, didn't manage to produce the assist out of it. And I think on another night, especially if Stuttgart were playing with their full roster, this series could have easily gone the other way. Or it could not have, because as you were saying, these teams are very close no matter what you say.
Yeah, I think, like you say, on a different day, this result very different, but that is the nature of these kind of games. Most of these teams in today's, bracket and all of these groups, they're going to be close. They're always going to be close. They're the best university teams that Europe has to offer, and that's a standard that's, quite widely spread across. So I think, like you say, a good performance from Stuttgart, they'll feel quite hard done by, but TUD managed to squeak through. I think still some work for both sides to be doing as they go into their subsequent matches tonight, but I hope we'll be able to speak with one of our victorious Dublin players, which we will do after this short break.
captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my mind like standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I know my patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me Ain't no luck finding real love. Gotta know where to look. Time moves fast, and I've grown up. Yeah, I run to you. Used to pay to my mind like standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I know my patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me What can I do to make you stay a little longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a little longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EURC, where we just had our first series of the day. Of course, we've got 5 today, but that series was brought to you by the men I have right here, Achinal and Nualaic, a 3-0 sweep for the TUD Apes. How big is that for their season and in the standings of this group, Nualaic?
I mean, huge. Like, you can look back at it, there's maybe an asterisk beside it because, you're playing against someone with a sub, but at the end of the day, you can only beat the team that's put on the field in front of you. That's exactly what TUD did this evening. They played their own game of Rocket League. They had at least 1 or 2 good plays together as a team during it, and other than that, it was fairly workmanlike, but they got it done. And when you're looking at the teams that are 1-1 in the middle of that Group C, you have to just win those matches and actually just get there. And this could actually now start to position themselves, especially with some of the other matches they have coming up today against Durham, if they manage to win that series as well. You'd feel very good about them qualifying, and not only qualifying, but staying out of that 4th, 5th spot that'll leave them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, interesting you say that. We have a Durham expert here on the panel, and of course that 3-0 sweep, so big for TUD, sort of separating themselves from that massive 1-1 club that was in Group C at the start of today. Of course, we'll have Durham on stream later against Brussels, Achinal. How do you feel like that sort of is a bit scary for Durham, as I think the TUD8s were sort of almost a rival in terms of coming into this week, you think of getting top 5, but now TUD, they can have their eyes set on, so much higher. How do you think that affects Durham in particular, but of course the mid-table of this group as a whole?
Yeah, I think, like Nualaic was saying just then, this group was set up, it's balanced on a knife edge. Obviously, we had going into today 6 of the 8 teams separated on game difference alone. And when you're separated on game difference, what you want is a 3-0 win. And, obviously we have no other scores that I know of to bring to you yet, but that win has now put TUD from 6th into 2nd place. It's a huge difference for them. That's made the world of difference to their playoff start. Their playoff standing, like Nualaic was just saying, they now have a very reasonable chance of making top 3, particularly if they can push past the defenders. And it will just, I think, as it tends to do with these Durham defenders, it will depend on which defenders turn up on the night, because I can see, the on-fire defenders, I think would have no trouble, but they could quite easily have quite a lot of trouble, particularly if TUD managed to sort of clean up some of their defensive double commits and things in the intervening time.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think there's a strong chance that the defenders that show up aren't TUD based off that last series.
Yeah, it's true, actually. TUD looking very strong. But of course, our last series of the day, in case you're not sure, will be Durham against the University of Brussels, who I think we might be sleeping on a little bit. Although, of course, they were down in 7th technically, but they are part of the 1-1 club. And that's why sweeps like that are so important in terms of game differential. As Stuttgart were in 2nd, and now they're at 1-2. It's like, the tables are turning so fast. And, in terms of that race for top 3 for TUD, one of the teams that they might be racing for that spot is, of course, UEA Blue Jays, who, of course, they've already beaten, right, Nualaic?
Yeah, and this is it. It's something I always bring up, and I have brought up multiple times tonight, and I'm going to continue to bring up anytime you guys are foolish enough to let me back on a desk, is, you really have to beat those teams around you in the standings. I mean, sure, managing to win against the top team in your group, if someone in Group A actually manages to take down the Berlin Phoenixes, great, that's fantastic. But really, it's those wins against the teams that are similar in scoreline to you that are the most important, because not only are you getting wins in that situation, you're denying the other team the wins as well. And that's exactly what happened with TUD and the UEA Blue Jays. That's what's happened just there against Engine Stuttgart, and that's what'll happen between them and Durham defenders later as well. And that's true of every group tonight that we're going to see, where anyone's already sitting on 1-1.
It's definitely interesting, especially, and I wouldn't count Stuttgart out either, just because what we thought of the top team in this Group C, Bournemouth Barracudas, of course, might not even have their full roster anymore. So everything in turmoil in Group C. But the fun part is most of our games tonight are coming from that group, although our next game coming up will be Tilburg against UWE Sea Stacks. Now that is a game coming straight out of Group A, which is a lot more of a standard group. And then, of course, we're going to ruin, I imagine, the perfect 3-0s all over that group, with Tilburg and Berlin happy up at 2-0 with their 6-0 records. And UWE, I think they were a little bit worried they might not have Sebadam for this match. I thought they were a little bit worried they wouldn't have him. But thanks to him getting through to the grid close qualifier in the upper bracket, it's no problem that he'll be around and available for that. We were also a little bit worried because Kiel might have gone to Game 5 in their previous series that was on Rocket Benelux, and I have memory loss, so I actually managed to forget who that it was Tilburg, right?
Yeah,
it was, and Kiel have beaten Tilburg 3-1 despite having Dews in place of Poddy. So I mean, Tilburg, such an exciting team to watch in my opinion, but that's the result that sort of, stunts their hopes of being safely top 3, right, Achinal?
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly like Noelek was just saying with the TUD UEA series. These are the results that you'll look back on and you'll say, well, actually, this was, maybe not a huge shock, massive upset. Maybe you wouldn't go that far for some of these teams. Like we were saying in the booth, they're very closely matched, all of these guys, and they don't have much experience playing each other. So these kind of things can happen. You don't get the win you might have been expecting. But when you then flesh out this table at the end of groups and you see, the team that you might have expected to nail in a place in top 3, going down into that lower bracket start in playoffs, you look back in these series, UEA, I think, could well end up looking back on that series against Dublin and saying, well, actually, that was perhaps the sort of the start of the problem for us. And I think, like you say, Tilburg, fantastic team, and they still got it all in their hands. It's not like they're relying on results from other places at this stage. It's still very early, but that kind of thing, it plants that little seed of doubt. You start thinking, oh, that's perhaps not what we should have been, that's not what we were hoping for, and maybe that's then sort of the start of something bigger.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of that Group A, of course, we can talk about the likes of Kiel, Tilburg and Berlin, but I feel like we actually kind of sleep on a few teams. Of course, UWE coming up in this matchup, but I wanted to talk about the likes of FHDW, about York, and in particular for you, Newelek, the NUIG Griffins, who had a bit of a disaster of a first week, right? Getting swept by the two teams coming up, Tilburg and UWE, and it's just like, how do you feel like their bets goes in terms of trying to make top 5? And I mean, I don't think we can count them out yet, but just how difficult do you think it's going to be?
I'm going to say difficult. I think looking at this Group A one, it's one of the ones where I struggle the most to kind of look at it and say, oh yeah, there's kind of 2 or 3 teams here that I'm fine with not making it to the knockout stages, Looking at this group, I think there's a lot of contests for those top 5 spots, and starting 0-2 makes it very difficult for you to actually, start to push. Again, we were talking about it earlier with some of the other teams and some of the other groups. Once you start 0-2, even if you are a team that maybe is that quality, it starts to become difficult because all of your series become must win, and there's not really easy series to look at in this group and say, oh yeah, we can definitely take down this series, this series, this series.
Yeah, it's interesting, and the most painful part is the fact that they don't have a games win yet. They're starting 0-6, and that game differential is almost always, I feel like not many of our groups out of the 4, if any, are going to be decided by anything other than game difference, right? I can't see clean cuts happening very, very often. It is that close, and that's why results are so interesting with all of the Group A games being a sweep until that Kiel-Tilburg game just now. But then I wanted to talk a bit about York with you, Achinal, because I feel like they're a little bit like Durham in terms of inconsistency. We sometimes see them performing so well, like we saw last week. They swept UWE, and it was like, hold up, let's not forget, York are teams with very high highs, of course, because they can really take it to anyone, and yet they found themselves getting swept by FHDW, right? How do you feel about them as a sort of fellow bipolar results type team? And in terms of their voting for top 5, does that help or hinder them, given the fact that we never really know who they're going to get their wins against?
Well, this is the thing. I think it's sort of with teams that play like that, it's, I think, what they make of it. I think, obviously, if you sort of start becoming really worried about your consistency, you might start trying to change your style of play, and then making those kind of changes will make you more consistent, but you'll be losing more consistently, which is not very helpful. So I think for them, they have to just stick to their convictions. I think sometimes, like you say, they have wobbles, and that's not, what any team would want to see. But these guys have been on, we've seen them qualify for things like Society Showdown. They did brilliantly, a whole afternoon, a whole day's worth of games where they barely dropped anything. And then actually in the tournament itself, everyone sort of wrote them off. Didn't actually end up happening like that at all. So, they, like you say, have a very high ceiling. It's about reaching that consistently, and like Neolek was just saying earlier, it's about getting the wins against the teams around you. They will be, I think, well, they might not be, but they should be happier with a win against FHDW than a win against Berlin, because it will mean more to them and their chances of getting into the playoff stage.
Yeah, I mean, that only really leaves FHDW, Neolek, who got that sweep over York, but I think it's hard for us to really picture where they're going to be, because their only other result was against Berlin, who, of course, they got swept by. And it just feels like coming into the competition, it was really hard to gauge most of the German teams and universities coming in, because everyone gets compared to Berlin, and it's either you're Berlin or you are not Berlin. And that's just sort of the two categories. So it was actually kind of hard to see them sometimes. And FHDW came in, I believe, in like pool 6 into their group. But I don't know. I feel like we might have slept on the German universities a little bit, though. I don't know how you feel, but I feel like they could actually even make a push for 3rd or 4th in the group, right?
Yeah, honestly, I totally agree. I think I've been super impressed by the German teams just in general. We saw Engine Stuttgart just play there with a sub and still look strong, still took it to the TUD Apes. FHDW, they qualified through the upper bracket of the second open qualifier, I believe. You know, beat some good teams along the way as well, and just looked clean doing so. And honestly, every time I see a German team on stream, and especially when it's one of the lower seeded German teams, I'm like, hang on, just how good are the Berlin Phoenixes? How good are these higher seeded German teams? Because the lower seeded German teams, you're right, still well within most of their reaches to actually make top 3 in their groups.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I guess we'll have to talk about the series that we've coming up right now. Tilburg just played on stream against Kiel and ended up being beat out 3-1. Now they've got a big game to see which side of the middle of the pack they come out of here against UWE, of course, Incognito, Theorist of Wind, and big man Sebadam. We're going to have to go with the predictions going into this one, and it's so difficult to call, because coming in, I would have thought maybe I'd have gone with Tilburg, but then coming off of a loss now, UWE, who have seemingly gone from strength to strength, at least domestically, it's a really hard call for me. But week 1, when I was in doubt, I went with the UK team, and I was almost always wrong. So I will actually predict Tilburg here, and I'll say that their loss was just a warm-up for them. Whereas, Actional, which way do you see this one going?
Now, see, I think I may have to disagree with you slightly here, only because I think, at least, you know, from what I've seen of them domestically, I think Kiel and UWE, in terms of playstyle setup, not obviously the same, but relatively similar. You know, there's not a drastic amount of difference. You know, you can't really pinpoint key parts of their setup. They don't go about things overly differently, and Kiel really seem to have Tilburg's number there. So while you'd, you know, maybe domestically expect Kiel to beat a team like UWE, they wouldn't do it all the time. And if UWE can set up in the same way that Kiel did, I think they can definitely take a series against Tilburg here. And I think it'll be close. Either way, I think it'll be close. And I said that last time and I was wrong, but this time I'm doubling down. I think it'll be close. So I'd have UWE in 5.
All right, well, Neolek, you get the deciding vote now coming into this UWE Tilburg matchup. Which way is the panel voting?
There are 2 important factors in my vote. The first is I have 100% success rate on stream. Half of that is just going against whatever Tylacto has said. And the second part is that you've just told me that Tilburg lost to the Kiel Krakens, and that Sebadam is coming in playing hot, playing well. And with that, I think I have to go with the UWE. I think, you know, it just sounds like they're in better form coming into the night, and that's, I think, all that can separate these 2 teams.
All right, well, I appreciate the personal attack. It's understandable, but I have been wrong most of the time. And so down at the field, casting this series for you, will be Madge and Lesepi. Lesepi, how are you doing heading into this big Group A matchup?
I've been doing all right, and yeah, Group A, it's a competitive kind of place to be in, and we have Tilburg versus UWEC Stags, and this is going to be a close game, Madge.
Yeah, as in, this is going to be a really interesting game to watch. It's going to probably decide who's going to finish where in this group. I mean, it doesn't seem like a dead end at all. Going into this week, it's going to be really pivotal for both these teams to try and pick up some sort of momentum. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Definitely. I mean, when we look at it, we have Tilburg. They came off of a loss against the Kiel squad earlier on stream. And, you know, coming in off of a loss, they would want to step up their game and really push it, you know, to this UWEC Stags roster. But we are getting into it on the car moment. And, you know, we have the likes of Sebadam coming in for the UWEC Stags. And, you know, with his form and what he brings to the team, what do you think about how this may turn out?
Yeah, I think it's really dependent on whether Incognito and Thirst can really keep up and play around Sebadam. I think if they do that successfully, then obviously Sebadam has the ability to really cause teams problems with his pace more than anything. How Thirst and Wind and Incognito play around Sebadam, I think that's going to be the key.
Definitely, and we already have King Kong there going wide on the ball. Incognito going up for a pass, and Asterius of the Wind going wide just a little bit there. Sebadam trying to create even more pressure, but it is cleared all the way to the side of UWEC Stacks now as Incognito looking for a pass for Sebadam. A great first touch indeed. Looking for a pinch, gets it past another. Can he set up Asterius of the Wind here as King Kong does set it over one? But, you know, so far, a bit of back and forth between both of these teams, and, you know, it's a lot of ping pong right now.
Yeah, UWE really bringing the early game towards Tilburg. Maybe a bit shell-shocked from their last game, Tilburg. 3-1 against Kiel. It's not a surprising result, really, but Tilburg would have thought they had a chance of winning that game. So maybe they're a bit shell-shocked, maybe they're a bit on the back foot from that series, but so it might take them a bit of time to really get into this one.
Definitely, as you see Tom there looking for a pass or an upfield play, as Smickelbear now needing to come through, looking for a center touch, but, you know, goes over Thirst of the Wind, looking for a touch into Tilburg's defense here, but unable to find the power. It's Sebadam now trying to beat out King Kong on the 50. It's Incognito taking it, trying to take it over Smickelbear here, but is unable to find the touch as Sebadam, a 50 comes through, Thirst with a shot, and Tom with a great save to keep his team level here. And, you know, Tom being a new pickup coming into EURC, you know, and he still has to find the adjustments to his team, but he's been playing all right.
Yeah, I believe he joined it on the third qualifying for Tilburg, with the qualifying in which they successfully made it through to EURC. And Sebadam with a good pace going in on that open goal shot, and UWE go 1-0 up.
Definitely 1-0 up, and, you know, coming into it, UWE looked like the more aggressive team. They spent most of their time attacking, and, you know, sooner or later a defense has to break, and Tilburg finally breaking. But, you know, coming into this, it's only one goal, apart, as King Kong looking to set up his team with a backboard here. It is a long spell followed up by Smickelbear, but unable to find anything extra. It feels like Tilburg, their attack, you know, they're getting upfield, but they can't hold that offensive pressure to keep UWE in the defense.
Yeah, it seems as though every time UWE attack, it's a bit last ditch on this Tilburg side, whereas UWE look more composed on defense. They look like they've got the players in the rotation fine. I don't know if that's more so the quality of the pressure UWE having, or maybe it's just, as you say, the new roster switch and Tom coming in. Maybe their defensive rotations just aren't quite up to scratch at the minute. Maybe they'll pick up towards as the series carries on in this game one.
Definitely there's Sebadam taking it over King Kong, looking to get it over Tom as well. He has an open net, but no boost to follow it up as Smickelbear takes an awkward touch here, but King Kong is there to back his man up as Smickelbear does get a demo onto Theorist of the Wind. Incognito taking a save there, but we're looking at a more aggressive stance here coming into the minute and 40 mark. As Theorist of the Wind looking for a clear downfield, and he does find it. King Kong now looking to put it back in. Sebadam a bit too far forward, but doesn't find any trouble going to deal with that as Incognito there trying to beat out his own man on the ball.
Yeah, it seems like Sebadam's really got a hold of this midfield. It's any sort of ball that's kind of in the middle of the pitch, or it defines where the pressure of the game's going to go. It seems like Sebadam is beating people to the ball. His touches are composed and keeping close to his car, and it's really helping UWE transition from defense to offense. And that's a lovely read. Wow. Great play from Sebadam.
Sebadam setting himself up by himself there with a great breezy flick, reading the bounce as well. Unlucky for the side of Tilburg, but, you know, Tom a bit far away from goal there as the last man.
Yeah, as again, a little bit of panic from the Tilburg defense, a bit too far away from each other. It forces Tom to have to come in at the ball with pace, and any way in which Sebadam touched the ball, it sends Tom off there, and he's always at risk of own goal in that one.
Definitely, as Tom now trying to work the ball downfield, as Sebadam coming in with a quick 50. Smickelbear 40 boost, trying to find his own corner to take it through into the midfield, but it is Incognito putting it on the backboard. There is the Wind managing to read that quick and easy for his team.
They look hungry here, UWE. They're on the offense every time they can get. They're following up their teammates' touches, and that's a great play. Off the backboard, Incognito's Thirst of Wind, and they don't need Sebadam to score. I mean, we probably overplayed the role Sebadam has in this team, and Theories to Wind and Incognito are very, very solid players themselves.
Definitely, you know, coming into this, you know, UWC Stags, they need this win against one of these upper post teams coming into this Group A. So this is a very important game for them.
Yeah, definitely. Losing that series to York, it's not as straightforward as losing to a team or getting swept by a team that's seeded lower than you. I think that series on paper, most people look at it and said it could have gone either way. But it's really important for UWE to try and like get over that series and try and build some momentum here. And there's no better way of doing it than beating Tilburg, who are attempting to beat Tilburg, who are 2-0 already in this group.
Definitely, I mean, and that is game number 1 going to the side of UWC side, but never mind, they're trying to find a consolidatory goal here, and he goes wide. Incognito putting it over his bar there to save the 0-3 score, and it's UWC Stags that come out with game number 1 here, Madge.
Yeah, they just looked on the front foot, really. It seems as though you would have, if either team would have played a series before and you didn't know which team it was, you probably would have said it was UWE. They just looked a little bit sharper, maybe. Maybe Tilburg, a bit of a hangover from that last defeat or something like that. I think Sebadam may have come on, it's just played in the grid or a qualifier or something, so he's clearly warm. He's clearly like dominating the midfield of this game. But yeah, it's looking promising, this UWE team, and Tilburg really need to get out of a bit of a slump they're in at the minute.
Definitely. I mean, it's just one of those, if you lose, you want to come through with more aggression or, you know, more hunger to win the next game. And hopefully Tilburg does come out and bring that to this UWC Stags roster. If not, I mean, with the way they're playing, it looks like it's going to be one-sided, or it could hold a one-sided series.
Yeah. Looking at the stats here, we see UWE on 6 saves altogether. Possibly a bit misleading. I think I don't really remember a UWE player sort of stretching for a good shot or something. It didn't seem like Tilburg had too many opportunities at all. So maybe the sort of pressure, Tilburg are having a bit of pressure, but the pressure in which they're having is not effective. It's not causing UWE any sorts of problems. Whereas opposed to Tilburg, the pressure is on the Tilburg box. UWE seem to be scoring.
Definitely, but we're in game number 2, facing off once more. It's Tom with a strong kickoff, but straight into Theories to the Wind, looking to set himself up here, but King Kong putting it back into the midfield. A great pass lateral here for Sebadam to take a touch. He's going into the corner looking for an extra one, but Tom lets him do his thing, catches the ball, gets an extra touch, trying to get a dunk onto Theories to the Wind, but doesn't manage to find it. And it's Incognito now trying to set his team up for something, trying to come off the ceiling, unable to find a touch either, as King Kong taking it downfield, looking for a pinch. Sebadam does find it for Incognito to push now, as Tom sitting in his own corner, a little bit awkward, but King Kong is there to back his teammate up. And first minute, once more, it looking to be like UWE bringing it straight to Tilburg.
Yeah, you can tell how confident they are. You see Thirst of Wind is on the ceiling. He's been on the ceiling twice, given 2 ceiling shots. I think Incognito has been as well. Sebadam's gone for a Cook's pinch, even a double commit on offense. That's how confident they are that they could just perhaps outpace this Tilburg team. Yeah, you can really tell that UWE have had a good week. They've had a good week in Newell. They've had a good week in NSC, I believe. Yeah, it's kind of coming through in their play here.
Definitely. I mean, you have to play with confidence when it comes to Rocket League, and that is exactly what they're doing. There's the win, finding a touch onto Incognito's pass. Sebadam now looking to beat out Smicklebear, but doesn't find it. A demo comes out from Theris of the Win to equalize this pressure coming through, as Smicklebear does clear it downfield. Theris of the Win finding Sebadam, looking for the backboard. He's going for a double tap. He hits pole. Sebadam so close to opening up the scoreline, but it's King Kong now hitting the pole as well. Theris almost getting an own goal there in the meantime, but 2 attacks in less than 5 seconds match, both hitting the pole for each team.
Yeah, this game 2 is really just burst into life. A lot of pressure from the UWE at the start of this game, no real chances. All of a sudden Sebadam has enough of this. I'm going for a double touch, and then Tilburg are straight on the counter attack. You'd say both teams probably should have scored. I mean, especially the quality Sebadam has. I reckon that's possibly a missed chance from him. But yeah, game 2's really exploded into life here.
The double commit comes out from Tom and King Kong, leaving Sebadam to take a light touch here. Does get a reset, looking to get over King Kong. Perfectly executed, but it's Smicklebear now trying to get into the center. But Sebadam is there. King Kong, 100 boosts to his name. Doesn't want to follow it up, leaves it for Tom. Tom almost dunking one, but it is Tilburg on the offense, and it's building up very nicely. A lot of pressure right now. Sebadam does need to find a clear here. Gets a touch over one. Smicklebear is there, but Tom following it up nicely. And it feels like UWE in a bit of a sticky situation as Tilburg keeping it in their half.
Yeah, it seems like the first 2 minutes it was all UWE. They all had all the pressure. And Tilburg with the team just sat on defense. I think maybe that missed chance from Tilburg, that the opportunity they got has given them a bit of pressure, a bit of belief just to step up the pitch, maybe challenge. Stop giving UWE the respect and challenge them in the midfield. And they kind of had a nice period of pressure there, which gave them a bit of confidence.
Definitely a double commit there, opening up the goal. A squishy save comes from Tom. Great save indeed, Madge. And it's now still UWE on pressure. King Kong finds a great clear, but it's Incognito whipping it back into the midfield, trying to find the backboard for his team. Gets a touch onto the ball. Smicklebear is there, leaves it for Tom. A shot from Sebadam, and that is in any day of the week. Sebadam opening up the scoreline.
Yeah, he's missed one free shot in the midfield in which he tried to double tap and missed and hit the post, and he's not going to miss a second one. Not in the space of a single game, and Tilburg have been punished there for giving Sebadam time and space to shoot the ball.
Definitely. There's the win, trying to get a touch onto the ball here. But Tom is there, finds a 50, puts it into the midfield. But it's Sebadam. Look at how much time he has, Madge. And you don't want to give a man of this stature this much time, because he takes it around 2, no problem.
Maybe they're a bit in awe of the shiny blue RLCS tag. I know I probably would be as well, but just challenge him. I mean, he's just a man with a car.
At the end of the day.
Challenge. You know, he's going to make mistakes as well, just like everyone else. It seems like Tilburg are just stepping off him, maybe waiting for Sebadam to do his thing and then challenging. Whereas really, you've just got to go for him and hope your teammates back you up.
King Kong did exactly that, and it's only 1 goal in the making, but there is almost slapping that home. It's King Kong now unable to flick it over Sebadam. Tom finding the backboard to read, puts it right into Incognito. The ball does bounce into the midfield as a great clear from Smicklebear. King Kong looking to follow quick, but it is Sebadam once more looking to go against 2, trying to find the sidewall for his teammates as Tom there double committing with Smicklebear. And we're in the final 30 seconds. A back pass. Incognito puts it in to Sebadam. A demo comes out from Theorist of the Wind, looking for the double tap into the midfield, trying to find his teammate there. Sebadam unable to find the mark as the ball still in this Tilburg half, struggling to get it out here, Madge. And we're in the final 10 seconds. Incognito kills 1, and he's looking for another here for King Kong. A dunk comes out. Theorist of the Wind, let's go into the midfield, and no one's pressuring on the side of Tilburg with 0 seconds left. And the ball still not dropped. Tom keeping it up alive. The shot coming out from King Kong, but it doesn't go anywhere. Tilburg are in a rough spot right now.
2-0 to UWE. It's going to take a reverse sweep. I'm not sure many would have predicted UWE to find themselves 2-0 up in the first 2 games of the series. People maybe expected Tilburg to really bounce back after losing to Kiel. But yeah, it seems as though Tilburg are only really pressuring when they're forced to. It seems like they're being a bit passive, maybe. I mean, their good period of pressure then came the last 10 seconds, and that was when they had to score. Maybe when UWE backed off them slightly. Maybe it just takes a bit of confidence to Tilburg to step up the pitch, to trust their own ability and say that we're fast players. I mean, these players are supersonic legends. They're not bad players by any means, and they can compete with this UWE side.
Definitely. I mean, when you look at it, you know, you must give respects to Sebadam for what he's done, but as a player, he's just another player on your pitch. And right now, I feel Tilburg, you know, they're splitting themselves up from the difference between Sebadam and them. And I feel like you should give, you know, no more respect than you give any other opponent on the field to Sebadam.
Yeah, you get in a situation where you're aware that a player can pop off, he can beat you to the ball, and then sometimes it's just always in your mind, and you just refuse to go for the ball. It's like, I'm safer here. He can't clip on me if I'm in my own goal or if I'm just sat in my own half. But really, you're just giving them time to do what they want with the ball, and that's the last thing you want to do with a quality player. Definitely,
King Kong already left alone in his own defense. It's Incognito trying to find a touch, but he does go wide there, King Kong, leaving it as a fake. And it's now King Kong trying to take it downfield here for his team, but it's Theorist of the Wind, finds a touch. Smicklebear, 0 boost to his name, but still goes for the ball. Tom there committing onto Sebadam, but couldn't get the touch he wanted, as King Kong now beat to the ball by Theorist of the Wind. Tom collects it, trying to get it into the midfield for his team to open up the scoreline. It's Smicklebear, he hits it crossbar, but King Kong finally scores a goal for his team.
That's so much better from Tilburg. You see, once King Kong, I think it was King Kong? King Kong, yep. He challenged Sebadam, beat him to the ball. Tom followed him up, beat Sebadam to the ball. And all of a sudden, Tilburg are ahead in the game. They've just got to get out of this mindset that they're playing too passive maybe. Just step up the pitch and go for it. You're 2-0 down the series. What have you got to lose at this point? Just challenge. That's all Tilburg want to do is keep challenging and keep rotating well.
Definitely, as you know, another offensive pressure from the Tilburg side. Your Therius of the win, unable to touch the ball there. Smickelbear does pop it into the center. Tom does get a great 50. It's Sebadam now takes it past one. The demo comes out onto Sebadam, and King Kong now put his team in a nice position, but can Smickelbear get out of it? King Kong looking to back his teammate up once more, and it is in this UWE half with a lot of pressure. Smickelbear trying to force something out from the UWE Sea Stags, and it's working. They're flustered here, Madge, and they don't really know how to cope with it right now.
Yeah, finally Tilburg showing some sort of confidence, I guess. Maybe they've only just come over the hangover from losing to Kiel. And I mean, they're 2-0 in already in this league. Well, 2-1 now, I should say. So I don't know why they're playing so cautiously, but here we go. Someone stuck on the front post, Tilburg, and just like that, UWE back level.
Definitely, here's the win. They're setting up nicely for Incognito to put that into what practically was an open net. But you know, we're seeing a different side of Tilburg now. They're more fired up. They're willing to go for these challenges, and they're in the face of UWC stacks. Can they capitalize on it though? That is the question, Match.
Yeah, I'm just worried that the more they put pressure on, they don't look entirely comfortable on their defensive rotations. And here we go again. The ball was almost going in. It just seems like they may be too wary of the fact that their defense isn't quite there. Maybe with the roster change, and maybe their just rotations are a bit off. So maybe they're just playing cautiously, trying to cover for that, when really the option might be just to try and outscore UWE here. Because you see, when they do step up the field, they can cause UWE problems.
Definitely. I mean, there's no problem with being a team that can only offensively put pressure on. And, you know, that is exactly what Tilburg needs to find right now. And it's Tom looking for a double tap. Does hit the ball, opens up Smickelbear, and that is Tilburg at their finest.
Yeah, some confidence here. Tom popping off really, getting us a difficult corner read, and he's able to beat the defender as well. He could have gone for the shot there. He could have just tried to put the ball down, but the chances are that the UWE defender would have cleared the ball and got a 50. Tom just decided to drop the ball down and knew his teammate would have the open net. It was a really smart play.
Definitely. Now it is once more UWE in their own half. Smickelbear suffocating them, looking for a double tap. Couldn't find it as King Kong goes wide on the ball, leaving Tom to get the backboard here. But it is Sebadam who does the backboard defense. Incognito does get a great clear, but it's put back into this UWE half. But they have time on his hands here. Therius is the win, but unable to find it. Sebadam, great boom across the field now. Smickelbear looking to clear it. Does get a demo here for Sebadam, but it feels like Tilburg, they know what they need to do. Clear that ball as soon as it comes through and find the offensive pressure. And it's perfect. It's working against this UWE team right now.
Yeah, UWE is struggling to recycle the ball on offense. We can see if they can try and do it here. Now Tom with a good touch to King Kong, and he's able to follow that. That's much better from Tilburg. It's hard to say whether Tilburg have really figured it out here, how to get out of their defense, or whether UWE have taken a step off maybe. But it seems as though Tilburg may have figured their defensive problems out, and their transitions are so much better than they were in Game 1 and Game 2.
Definitely a great pass there. Incognito to Sebadam, looking for a play here. King Kong does find a pass from Tom, looking to put it back in as well. Tom looking up the pitch, unable to beat the defender on the ball here. Over 1:20 in, and you know, and Tilburg look fired up. They look like a different team as King Kong nasty fake up to one, and that is the aggression that we need to see, and the confidence is there.
It's perfect timing on the cast there, Giuseppe. Confidence, the fake comes out, King Kong puts it in the open net. And that all came from Tilburg having a period of sustained pressure, not just moving the ball back. I can't remember who it was, but he was last man. He caught the ball and flicked it over Incognito. And all of a sudden, it gave Tilburg the chance in order to show their quality. And here we go.
Wow.
It's like UWE maybe just fallen apart, lost the plot in this Game 3. They kind of just need to reset themselves.
I think that is where you're trying to get the mental reset. I mean, 4-1 with a minute left, it's doable, but with the way that the game is faced right now, it's pretty hard, and I would say just move on to the next game, reset your mentality. But Therius the win has other plans, as Tom does get a ball clear here, as Sebadam gets 50'd on, looking for a goal here. Smicklebear does get a drop, leaving it for King Kong, but Thirst of the Wind does get his rotate back in time. Incognito going wide, leaves it for his teammate now. King Kong drops the ball. Sebadam is there, beats Tom on the 50, looking for Incognito. He does get a great first touch, but it's cleared off the backboard by Smicklebear. Sebadam is up, looking for a reset. Does find it, gets a touch over one, and that's beautiful. Sebadam showing that he's still in this game.
30 seconds left, 2 goals. It's perfectly doable, especially if Sebadam is doing stuff like that. Then you could say that you could score 3 in 38 seconds, let alone go to overtime. I think the mentality here doesn't change for UWE. You just rotate well and try your best not to concede. I wouldn't worry too much about this game. There's a chance you may be able to come back from this, but this is a good bit of momentum UWE can get here. If they just leave this game with a bit of pressure, it puts Tilburg almost back in their box, the box they were in game 1 and game 2. The back of their heads is like, oh no, UWE are popping off again. And as I say this, oh, maybe not.
It does go wide here, and Sears the Wind does find the touch onto the backboard here. Sebadam now takes it downfield, and overcommit has been made, but King Kong does find a touch with a lot of boost left, and we're trickling down the time here for the Tilburg side to take game number 3. And, you know, a great way to bring back your confidence on the side of Tilburg, regardless of losing that goal to Sebadam later on in the game.
Yeah, it just looks like they've regained their composure. I know they just came back from the Kiel series, and they didn't really have long between series, and I know from experience, if you go from one series straight to another, sometimes it's just a bit like, it's a bit weird. It takes you a minute to realise that you're actually in a game, in a series, and then before you know it, Sebadam scoring clips on you. It can be quite daunting, and then it takes like a couple games for you to really get your psyche right again as a team and get your comms up again. Maybe this is what happened for Tilburg, but yeah, if they can win the next game, then 2-2, and this reverse sweep is almost definitely on for them here.
Definitely, but you know, one step at a time. When you're at this kind of position, is game after game, take it slow, and hopefully that is exactly what Tilburg does. You know, you have to adjust to the given situation, but these players, you know, they're more than capable with the utility that they have skill-wise to, you know, bring back this series, no doubt.
Yeah, of course. I think Thirst of Wind and Incognito maybe struggled with the pressure there in that last game. I think they did extremely well on offense in the first 2 games. Supporting Sebadam and beating players to the ball, and their offensive rotations were really sound. Their transition from defense to offense that game was lacking. I think they at times where you're under a lot of offensive pressure as a team and you're defending, it's quite important to remain composed, not just boom the ball back and sort of take your own time on defense, and it can really benefit you as a team.
Definitely, but we're starting strong on this side of Tilburg once more, almost catching a goal there. The ball has been dropped. Sebadam does get the beat on the offensive player here with a lot of space. He does take a great first touch. Micklebear is up quick and early for that ball. Exactly what he needs to do against a player like that is Incognito does the same. A lateral pass looking for Tom. Doesn't find the shot, but he does find a backboard. Cleared away from this UWE half early on. A shot fired by Tom. A double commit. Sebadam does make the save. Nevertheless, as Incognito has the opportunity to get the clear, but lets the ball loose a little bit too early now. As Theris trying to find Sebadam on the ball, looking for a 50 as well, but the ball goes under him. A great pressure from Tilburg so far here, Madge. It's all been Tilburg right now for the first minute, but it's finally cleared downfield.
It seems like the pattern from game 3 has really continued here. Again, it seems like UWE are struggling to sustain pressure like they were in the first couple of games. As I say, this Thursday win gets a big clear down the field and almost scores.
Definitely King Kong there looking a little bit awkward, but still muscles his way through the ball. It's Sebadam finding the angle to open up the scoreline for his team.
I suppose that UWE don't need sustained pressure in order to score. I mean, all it is a big clear from Thursday win. The Tilburg defensive rotations sort of let them down again. And then Sebadam, all it takes is 2 hits, and he's managed to find an open net.
Definitely, there's, you know, for some teams, you know, a lot of pressure is not the right way to play. You know, one big clear into two touches is all they need apparently on the side of UWE. But it is Tilburg on the offense in the current, as King Kong does get a touch into the midfield as well. Both players going up for the ball as Theorist of the Wind does make contact with it and does get the ball downfield. Tom is there to return fire, looking for the backboard, fakes out Incognito, but nobody on the Tilburg side wants to push up to that as the ball is cleared downfield. I feel like Tilburg are already wary of what UWE are trying to do, and it's an open net. It's in for Tom to pick up the pieces there.
Yeah, it was the UWE, I'm going to call it a defensive panic there from Those of Wind. I don't think you needed to rush. Maybe it's a comms error from Sabadam. You see him on the back left corner boost. I don't know why he was there at all. Maybe Those of Wind had faith that Sabadam would rotate him behind him, but that was a UWE defensive mistake that seemed to just cause Tom to boom the ball into an open net.
Tom is there, does win the 50 against Theorist of the Wind, but can't find any more. A flick comes out that's looking dangerous, but Tom does make the save. Less than half of the game to go here, exactly half, as Incognito pops it over one, trying to get a touch, looking for assistance by his team. Theorist of the Wind is there, but nothing comes from it so far. It feels like UWE, their attacks are back to that, kind of lackluster, just trying to keep the pressure, but not finding anything much on the net.
Yeah, they're kind of waiting for defensive mistakes for the Tilburg side, and I suppose Incognito here he's gone for maybe a backboard read there. He's also just gone for an air duel. Maybe he's a mentality switch from him, saying, okay, we can't just continue to keep booming the ball away and hoping Tilburg will make a mistake on defense. We really need to proactively try and put this Tilburg side under pressure. Maybe they've got a bit too predictable, and maybe that's a sign of UWE trying to like mix it up basically and keep the Tilburg defense guessing.
Definitely, but demos flying across your screens, everyone being muscled away from the ball, but it's Tom now looking to lay it off to King Kong. He finds a beautiful touch. King Kong taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, he didn't need to flip into that at all. Single jump aerial, and that's a perfect finish off the crossbar and in. It's a great play from King Kong. He's really showing his ability there.
Definitely, and Tilburg one up once more in this game here. Game number 4. They take this, they go into game 5, and the reverse sweep is on, Madge.
Yeah, there's still a minute 40 left in this game. I wouldn't put past Tilburg to, as we see Smicklebear pushing up really close as last man there. I mean, it seems maybe they're lacking a bit of composure. Maybe they need to just look at the scoreboard. They're up. They don't need to overcommit here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another defensive mistake here from Tilburg, and it's just whether UWE can really capitalize on it, I think.
Definitely, but it is a shot going
no way.
The side of Tilburg. That could have been the nail in the coffin, but there's UWE hold on just a bit longer as Tom goes wide on the ball, leaving for the demo from Theorist of the Wind. Incognito is up, calls himself away from the ball, leaving it for Sebadam. Now a shot fired, but a great 50 from Tom. Less than a minute left on the clock, and Theorist of the Wind there a bit panicky on the ball, just jumping for it. Sebadam looking for a touch here, trying to get it over one. Slow play, looking for a 50 onto Smicklebear, but couldn't find it now. Tom being called off the play from King Kong. The ball is cleared downfield. Sebadam takes a nice light touch, looking to take it over one. He gets the reset, doesn't want to use it here, but Smicklebear does get the touch that he wants into his own corner. It's a pinch off of the roof, and it looks like it's going in. Oh my lord, that is close.
You just wonder whether Tom's gonna regret that miss here, as Tilburg are really holding on to this lead just to try and get into game 5. And again, at 10 seconds left, I still think that there might be a half a chance on the UWE side here. I'm gonna go out on a limb. Maybe not.
But we are looking to be going to game number 5 here, Madge. Unless Sebadam works his magic. It's going 0 seconds. Sebadam clutching up big time.
I predicted a 3-0 TUD sweep earlier. Everyone laughed at me. They were probably laughing at me then as the ball was bouncing around in UWE's half, but I just knew Sebadam was going to go and score that goal. Going to overtime here, and Tilburg are really going to be kicking themselves if they lose this one now.
No. That's gonna hurt, but hopefully they can stay calm, cool, and collected. That ball flying backboard. It's looking to be Tom, and it's finished within 12 seconds. What an ending here, Madge.
Yeah, great play from Sebadam, and then just maybe a bit excited on UWE. Maybe they lost their focus. Just, I don't blame them. Like, that was pretty nuts. Yeah, it just overcommitted a bit there for UWE, but they've still got another chance. It's game 5 now. Reverse sweep is almost definitely on.
Definitely. I mean, they've done a great job so far, Tilburg, to bring back the momentum, to bring back the confidence that they were lacking in the first 2 games. And now it's anyone's game. Both of these teams right now are super evenly matched here.
Yeah, I think Tilburg, you'd have to favour them here. They've got all the momentum, and they've gotten over the hangover from the Kiel loss. You see that game then, 12 shots to UWE's 3. I think you'd have to back Tilburg to take this one, but it would be a sickener for UWE if they go 2 up against a really, really strong Tilburg side and get reverse swept.
Definitely. I mean, like we said, UWE, they need to step up. They need to win this game in order to put themselves in a good place to make it through this Group A, and it's hopefully what they need to, you know, boost themselves up in coming into this game 5 to keep their confidence, keep their morale, and, you know, drive it home.
Yeah, they can't afford to go 0-2 this week after losing that previous series. This is a massive game for them. Not only just trying to get out of the group, it's also where you place in the group. This is a huge game.
Definitely, as we have a great start here, but there's the win. No boost, still puts it past King Kong. Has all the possession, fakes out 2 here, and we're all in the UWE offense section. But can they bring anything from it, as Tom looking to clear the ball downfield now, as Incognito looking a little bit awkward, jumping for it, but keeping close, keeping it away from the Tilburg players, as there's the win. Does find the backboard there, looking to clear it downfield. Smickelbear does get a touch, puts it into his own corner, but there is unable to center it as Sebadam goes flying into the challenge, leaving practically a lot of open space. Can Tom capitalize on it? No, but so close from the side of Tilburg to start on the strong foot.
Yeah, it seems as though Tilburg just look that much more composed on offense. Their touches are just that closer to them. They look like their touches mean something, and as opposed to UWE, we see Incognito here and those to win. You don't really see the plan, what they're planning on doing. As I say, that those to win all the scores off the backboard, but yeah, it seems like Tilburg have really got their offense going, and they're sort of really showing the form in which people expected of them.
Definitely, as Incognito now puts it upwards onto the ceiling, but can't find it. But it's a perfect pass from Tom, but it's Smickelbear that goes wide once more, as Tom does get a demo onto Sebadam, but the ball flying into the midfield. Incognito fires a shot, but Smickelbear is there to make the save. And it's like, you know, they've done the right things here for both sides, but no one's been able to score the opening goal here.
Yeah, it seems a bit of to and fro from this game, actually. Tilburg may have lost the bit of momentum they had after winning that previous 2 games, and it seems as though they've just taken their foot off the accelerator. Either that or UWE have really picked up and found the form they were showing at the start of the series. They're looking quite threatening now.
Definitely, I mean, with both teams looking threatening, but who can open up first? Incognito getting a demo, but the goal is actually wide open. No one's wanting to turn. Smickelbear does spawn in a great place there, coming off of the demo, as Smickelbear now trying to keep it away from Incognito. A strong hit to the side here, looking for Theris to the win from Sebadam, and it is in the corner of Tilburg. Can they do anything from it, though, as Theris to the win, trying to force it through one. Can't find anything right now for both of these teams when it comes to offensive pressure, and it's such a midfield battle right now, and who could tell who breaks first in this game.
Yeah, it seems like both teams a little bit cautious, maybe a bit scared of committing 2 on the offense. Great shot from Sebadam there, saved by King Kong, but it seems, yeah, that both teams are a bit hesitant to, as I say, that Theris win just doesn't give Smickelbear any respect at all, but maybe a bit hesitant to commit and concede the first goal. And usually first goals in game 5s are pivotal.
Definitely, because it gives you that extra confidence, extra morale, and it boosts the team spirit, as now Sebadam looking to get a flip over one. He does find it, but it's Smickelbear cleared away. I think Tilburg have read what Sebadam does. You know, he's a man with a lot of pressure, but it's pressure from Tilburg right now that made UWE crumble.
Yeah, near post rotation from Incognito there, and he turns on the ball. I think he's expecting Sebadam to rotate in behind him. For one reason or another, he wasn't. I don't know if he got bumped or didn't have the boost or anything. It seems like a comm issue there from UWE. You've just got to scream that Incognito is last and do not commit for that ball. But yeah, pressure from Tilburg is good enough to cause UWE to make a mistake, and this is going to be tough for UWE now.
Definitely. This is where you test if the team is willing to put in the effort to come through. And it's a demo from Incognito, a shot onto net. But it's Tom who makes the save. Sebadam does get a beautiful double tap, looking to get another pass into the midfield, but it's King Kong just keeping it away. He does get the, not even a 50, a beat onto one as Steers to the Wind, trying to find the backboard. The ball bounces down direct, but it's nothing that Sebadam can work with right now. A minute left on the clock, just above a minute left on the clock here, match, and it's so far Tilburg's aim to lose now.
Yeah, all the pressure on UWE here. There were 2 games up in the series. It's now 2-2 and they're a goal down with a minute left. If you're Tilburg, you're sitting pretty. You don't need to commit too much to anything. Preserve your boost. Let UWE come onto you and wait for them to overcommit. And yeah, this is definitely Tilburg's game in series to lose now.
Definitely, as King Kong looking to put it into the center for his team, and Steers the Wind just sat under the ball, gets a pop up vertically, but it's Smickelbear now who just beats out one. It's Sebadam finding a shot, but it's Tom once more in the defense. You know, Tom being that new player coming into the 3rd round of EURC qualifiers, he looks like, you know, he's been there for a while. He's that anchor rock that this team needs.
Yeah, he's really, maybe a bit, the start of 2 games, the rotations were a bit lackluster and a bit off. They seem to have really sharpened up now. There seems to always be someone in the right space. As Steers the Wind has another shot on goal, which just goes wide. But yeah, it seems as though Tom maybe, I don't know if it was more Tom or just these 2 other teammates that seem to have really picked it up now.
Definitely, but it is 4 seconds left on the clock. Sebadam needs to work a lot of magic. He does get the pop that he wants, but it's Smickelbear there. Anyone on UWE is under the ball, but it's put down. Tilburg take the reverse sweep.
Yeah, instantly from Sebadam. That's got to be a triggering one. You were 2-0 up in the series. You've already lost 3-0 to York. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to take. It's going to be difficult for UWE to really gain any sort of momentum in this group now. They need to pull a result out of somewhere, and congratulations to Tilburg. They really held it together, and they've turned what looked like a really bad week into a decent one now.
Definitely 1-1 for Tilburg in this week, but UWE, you've got to feel for them. 2-0 up to come in to game 3 and losing all your momentum and taking the loss against Tilburg when they needed the win against at least one of these teams coming up. They've dug themselves a really deep hole now that they need to crawl out of.
Yeah, and I mean the group doesn't get much easier either. You see the likes of Berlin, Phoenix, also still to play in the group, etc. I mean, yeah, it's going to be tough for them. I still back them to get out the group. However, I don't think they can do much more placement-wise to help them really. I think this is a really crucial series for them. Having lost that York game previously, they're kind of hoping on results to go their way, and it's never a good way to be as a team. You want your destiny in your own hands, and they may have just lost that.
Definitely, but we have more games planned, but we will throw it into a quick break in preparations of what we have next. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We will be back with more Rocket League.
like the streetlights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EURC, where we just had our second series of the day, and what a rocky ride it was for UWE, who found themselves getting reverse swept by Tilburg. A huge result, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of Group A, allows Tilburg to stay well up the top. They may have lost the series to Kiel 3-1 earlier, but they bounced back despite that, and now 3-1 in the group, whereas UWE find themselves down at 1 and 2. How do you feel like that has in terms of implications for the group, Stealthy? Certainly in terms of the likes of like York and FHDW, in terms of determining the rest of that race to top 5 and of course top 3.
I think it's gonna be pretty hard in the sense that, of course, like you mentioned, Tilburg lost to Kiel, but then at the same time we could also say that Kiel was one of the strongest contestants in Group A so far.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I was watching the game against Kiel as well, so the game before that, and we saw that everything wasn't really connecting, it wasn't coming through. So it was very nice to see that in the end, in this game, in the last game, of course, they were able to connect once again and actually upset UAC stacks. Of course, they also have like big names, players who know how to play the game. Like, let's not beat around the bush here. Everybody on that field should have known how to hit the ball properly.
That is usually, I would like to think, a safe assumption for most of our series. Of course, the series certainly coming up next, Group B, right at the top of the standings, right, Achinol. We've got Dusseldorf going up against Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. Both teams currently at 2-0 in the standings, though Dusseldorf have the edge in terms of game difference. Just how huge do you think this one is in terms of who gets that top spot and who gets that bye in upper bracket? Or could they still be caught by the likes of Loughborough or even Beckett Bears?
It's a very difficult question for me to answer, obviously, at this early stage, but I would have to lean in favour of Loughborough's loss to Beckett being a momentary blip. I would expect them, if not to get that back, obviously they only have 7 games, in this group stage, so perhaps it's now a little bit of a challenge for them. Obviously, all 3 teams are, I believe, yet to play each other. So, we'll see 2 of them play now. Loughborough have yet to play either. So, obviously, it really comes down to then, if Loughborough can beat them both, then obviously that top spot is practically locked in. Because for me, I don't see a team like Pixel or Beckett. Obviously, Beckett have beaten Loughborough.
Yeah.
I would be surprised to see that happen again with a team like Rotterdam. But it's obviously nothing sort of beyond the realm of possibility. And I think this is obviously the first real test for both Erasmus and Dusseldorf, looking at the fixtures that they've had. Obviously, they've played some good teams, and based on the teams that they have played, you might give the edge to Rotterdam. They've come out with 2 closer fought wins against perhaps 2 slightly stronger sides. So it'd be interesting to see how these guys shape up, and then obviously, if you're looking from a Loughborough point of view, it'd be interesting to see who they're chasing down at the end.
Yeah, really quite a heavyweight matchup, not just in terms of Group B, but the competition as a whole. Dusseldorf, such a strong German side, and of course, Rotterdam have so much history in EURC. Let's not forget that they even won the summer season last year, and I mean, like you say, PXL, Essex, and Sapienza Roma, I feel like in that race for the 5th spot, assuming Beckett Bears do continue with their good form. But it is, to me, is definitely a matchup in terms of 2 of the certain top 3 of the group. And we talked about it before their series against Essex last week, Stealthy, and you talked about the infield passes, and you were like, they seem to just infield pass whenever they can. And I was like, no, surely they don't do it that much. And then they just did it 5 times a game against Essex and just effectively walked over them. Do you feel like that's going to work out for them in this series against Erasmus, or are they going to be pushed even more to the limit?
I think it's going to be pushed to the limit in the sense that, Erasmus has 3 completely different players, in the sense with how serious they take Rocket League. We have, of course, Onko and Kallio, who take it pretty serious, try to get as far as possible, also try and qualify for RLCS. Of course, that's the big dream. They still also stay very realistic, know that it will take a little bit more time, a little bit of working on themselves. And it's actually kind of surprising. Kallio is more of a dynamic kind of player who likes to intercept in that midfield, try and get things going. So he will be one of the people to look out for to intercepting those passes from SHW. And Onko, on the other end, he plays, of course, for Damage Inc. Damage Inc. has this sort of playstyle where they dedicate one player to be back. So I'm pretty sure that he's very comfortable being that last man standing, even if he is 1v2.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I think you're spot on in that it'll be how much they can disrupt and interfere with Dusseldorf in the midfield. But of course, the players are in the lobby, so that means we certainly want to do our predictions sooner rather than later, and we'll be quick with them, as I would love to see some more Dusseldorf dominance, but I do feel like Erasmus Esports Rotterdam, despite having the worst game differential right now, I am going to back the university from the Netherlands in this one and hopefully keep my prediction streak up for the day.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you there. You know, my predictions have been somewhat cursed so far, it must be said. 0-2 on the stream so far, and Tilburg definitely won't be thanking me for the bastion of last stand for them. So, you know, it's whatever for them. But I think, like you say, Erasmus, they're both teams 2-0, not much to separate them in terms of record. But as I was saying before, I feel like Erasmus have had perhaps, you know, some less challenging fixtures, and I think now that they're coming up against a team like Dusseldorf, both teams 2-0, it'll be close, but I think Rotterdam have to take it here.
All right, well, Stealthy, you got the last prediction of the panel here. Dusseldorf currently haven't even dropped a game. Surely the panel is not going to be a Dutch whitewash, right?
See, here is, of course, where it comes in. I'm from Belgium. We have 3 languages in our country. So we have, of course, Dutch or Flemish, however you want to look at it, French or Wallonese, and then we have German. And that small little twinkie toe that is German in my nationality thinks that it will be FHDW in the end, but I think it will have to go to Game 5 though.
How are FHDW going to win this series between Dusseldorf and Erasmus though? That's even more impressive.
That I would like to see.
That is an incredible prediction. Are you going to go out on the limb and say that Stealthy's going to be wrong with his prediction now? I hope we've got a graphic for FHDW for that prediction on the series as well. We'll be heading down to the field for this series between Dusseldorf and Rotterdam. Orion, I'll be joining you there. How excited are you for this one?
Well, yeah, FHDW not going to feature in this one, unfortunately. I was, hard predicting them as well, but you've just thrown that out of the window. We are going to see Rotterdam versus Dusseldorf, and I mean, if you do want a prediction from me, I think the Dutch team are going to be victorious here. I think this is where, not the beginning of the end for Dusseldorf, but I definitely think they'll kind of take their first real blow in EURC here. I could be forced to eat my words. This is going to be a very hotly contested matchup, but as you say, both of these teams 2-0, so yeah, we'll just have to see what happens.
Indeed, as the players are ready to go for Game 1, of course, on the beautiful Utopia Coliseum, as Dusseldorf are first to join their team. Limbo, My Little Pony, and Teamer looking to sort of upset the panel and us there, as nobody actually predicting Dusseldorf, although I'm sure Stealthy did want to predict them before actually going for FHDW. Yes. I mean, Rotterdam's games, they've got a 3-1 win over Beckett Bears. That's a damn nice result, though 3-2 they won against PXL. Personally, I thought that was going to be a little bit more comfortable, but maybe I'm just not giving enough credit to the Belgian universities. Though missing out on an early redirect there could have been an early lead for Dusseldorf, right?
Yeah, definitely some early kind of whiffs coming out from both sides. It looked like there could have been an opportunity for Dusseldorf to go ahead, but also there was an opportunity at the other side where 2 players kind of faked each other out on the other side of the pitch. So could have definitely been a goal scored early on, but not yet unless Teamer can put this one down. It's Calio into the centre now. Only as far as My Little Pony, who just gets demoed straight away. Infield passing from the Dusseldorf side, but they're so well known for this now. We've seen them do it time and again. I believe who was the team that they just absolutely tore apart? Was it Essex?
Essex were 3-0 swept in Dusseldorf. You could say it was a little bit close in a couple of the games, but honestly, it was just a lovely performance from the German side. As so many infield passes was what we saw, as Maxio can't keep the shutout, and My Little Pony will open up the scoreline as the worst enemy of Rotterdam is met, and it's actually their own goalpost.
Oh my goodness, he just got caught on the post there, and as he tried to jump for it, all 4 wheels weren't quite on the floor, so he just kind of like ended up doing a little like bounce, just up and down, and couldn't quite clear the ball out. Oh, Calio, does he have the double touch? Calio! Yeah, that one is a belter.
He's got the spaces between the letters of his names just so he can stand back and see it from a distance, as that one, helped by a lovely demo in the net as well, is going to put Rotterdam convincingly back even in this game 1.
Yeah, beautiful double touch from Calio there, getting us even. That was a pretty much instant response. Not quite a kickoff goal, but we didn't really have much open play before we saw that equalizer go in. That was a demo in the midfield from My Little Pony there. Calio, that's another shot onto the backboard. Limbo forced to reach that one. My Little Pony into the midfield, but it is Rotterdam that are just going to allow themselves to kind of just sit back and take control of this one now. There's no real pressure coming out from Dusseldorf at the moment, and Rotterdam have just been able to take the ball back into their own half, play a bit of tiki-taka, and then go right up the other end.
Oh, Tima with the shot, but Calio off the inside of his own net. Gonna keep the scoreline even there, as things have certainly been heating up and getting physical already in this game 1. As it turns out, the top of Group B are just all feeling quite violent right about now, and they want to wipe each other off the field, as again he was going off the inside of his own net, but Onko across to make that block. He's going to run out of boost.
No.
Calio and Maxio both whiffing, so Onko has to come across. The third of the club of the names that end in O. This is lovely team communication, but it wasn't quite there. They may have coordinated their names, right? But that play in those areas in the midfield were quite less than coordinated, as Tima's redirect is also just going to be off the mark, and the offense is relentless, but Maxio going to make another save there. Rotterdam, they don't exactly look comfortable right now, do they?
No, but I would argue that kind of neither team really looks like completely comfortable. We have seen a lot of whiffs and double commits from Rotterdam, and we've also seen kind of just a complete lack of pressure so far from Dusseldorf. It's just kind of been when Rotterdam have switched off a little bit that they've kind of gone, oh, maybe we should think about scoring now. But they have only been able to do that once so far, so kind of a bit of a limp start to game 1, I would say, but I can imagine, you know, as the series progresses, we'll kind of see both teams get a bit more comfortable with each other and start to speed up a bit.
Limbo going to play that one off the wall after initially looking for the block. Maxio nearly reaching that bounce off the corner wall, as Limbo a nice pass back to Tima, and that's what we saw when they were at their best against the likes of Essex, linking up so well with Düsseldorf, and I feel like, that move from Calio is going to stop any link-up play happening there, as Onko will aggress into the corner as we approach the final minute of game 1, and things early on in the series, but definitely getting a little bit tense right now, as still so many bumps, nips, and demos. You just don't want to be the side that has to start going down in the series, as Calio with the flip reset gonna force a good save out of Tima, but the offense is not done yet, though. Another big save from Tima, as Calio will clear it and keep the offense coming back. There's no counter-attack there gonna happen for Dusseldorf, but maybe Limbo with the flick. Can he follow it up? Whisks it to the corner, gets the boost, hooks it inside. The shot is blocked again, though, by Calio. Onko reading it off the backboard, and the Dutch University hold on into the final 30 seconds we go.
Yeah, but how long can they hold on for here? Dusseldorf finally finding some sustained pressure here, and a bit of a whiff there. Is the shot good? Onko not able to get it in with 14 seconds left after Dusseldorf not really showing their hand at all. They might have just taken game number 1 here.
Yeah, Calio missing the read off the back wall. My Little Pony getting the brace. Second shot, bottom corner there. It's a late go-ahead goal. 14 seconds on the clock. Can Rotterdam strike back here in game 1, or will the German University hold out for the first game of the series? The time is running out. The infield to Onko, the shot. Oh, he nearly found the bottom corner. He wrapped himself so far around that ball, right? But at the end of the day, was a little bit too far. And unfortunately for Rotterdam, they just have to think what could have been there in that first game. Completely even in terms of shots on the scoreboard, but Düsseldorf just that little bit more clinical when it mattered.
Yeah, that shot there from Onko, he was kind of chasing perfection with it really, and it did need to be perfect. You know, the net was just completely stacked with Dusseldorf players, and so yeah, that shot had to be top shelf at a decent speed, and in doing so, I think he kind of just the difficulty of the shot ramped up a little bit, and maybe nerves getting to him as well. The kind of gravity of the situation that he found himself in, so not able to find the shot there. But as we were expecting, a pretty well contested game. You know, just that 1 goal deficit. Rotterdam, like, I think they need to start working more as a unit. You know, kind of the only goal that they put on the board was that double touch from Kallio. You know, very mechanical player, and we also almost saw him score that flip reset, which would have been the second for Rotterdam as well. So Kallio is kind of doing the work on offense at the moment, but if he can get Maxio and Onko more involved, then I think Rotterdam could start to find some success here.
Yeah, maybe as well. On to Forbidden Temple we go for Game 2. Pretty stadium. Very, very pretty. But what you were saying about that, though, is, yeah, the goal for Rotterdam in that Game 1 was a solo play, of course assisted by a demo coming out of Kallio. But when I feel, you know, and I look at the Dusseldorf play, it just feels like they play much more like as a team. Of course, that's not discredit to Rotterdam, but it feels like, you know, it shouldn't really be Kallio trying to make solo plays. Whether that's on him or his teammates, it's hard to know without, you know, watching the replays or anything. But I feel like Dusseldorf have a much more reliable way to score right now, and I feel like that just makes them better at punishing mistakes. And Limbo with a huge save up to the top corner there. Oh my goodness, another save coming out from Tima, and helped by the crossbar. Onko couldn't quite give the Dutch University the lead there in this Game 1 first minute. It'll be 0-0 still in Game 2.
0-0, but 2 shots rattled off the crossbar. One of them required a save. I think it was bar down, and the other one a bullet from Onko. Still wasn't able to convert. Maxio is going to try and turn on this one here, but Tima has come away with it. He's got 0 boost. Can he get it around Kallio, who was trying to get that boost in the corner? Gets a bump instead. My Little Pony infield pass, perhaps just should have gone for the shot there, as there was someone to cut that out from Rotterdam. It's going to be Onko now. Going to pick up that boost. Can he get the challenge on Limbo? If that had gone through there on that 50-50, they could have been in real trouble, Dusseldorf there, but surviving this attempt, and we stay scoreless. Bump attempt from Maxio, but Limbo absolutely unfazed by it. Could drop down from Kallio for another double tap here. He's going to get bumped off it, and it seems like an age before he finally hits the ground, but finally Rotterdam now asking questions in Game 2.
Yeah, well, Maxio is going to try and keep up the pressure. They had them early shots, though, don't count out. Dusseldorf feels like any time there's a defensive mistake like this, they're there to nearly punish, but a triple commit will see Limbo's shot blocked as Maxio intercepts nicely in the midfield there, and we talked about that infield pass threat from Dusseldorf as Onko trying to work it into the corner. Kallio is up, but the angle impossible to work with, so Limbo will clear it away. Looks to follow it up, dropping from the ceiling, pops it past Onko. Can he get a third? He gets past Maxio, gets the 52 players forced to commit from Rotterdam, and now they're back deep in their end. And who's going to win the race to the second ball? It's Tima onto the ceiling, forcing the shot, but crossbar will deny him there, as we're still goalless in Game 2. But for how long? The touch from Limbo down, and My Little Pony will finish it off there, and the lead once again goes to Dusseldorf.
Yeah, and no infield pass required there, just a burst of acceleration to get up to that ball from Limbo and put it over the top. Lost his life just getting that ball to a teammate, but it was presented in front of net, I believe, to My Little Pony, and converted. So 2 minutes left now. Oh, is that a second? It's off the crossbar from Tima, and Dusseldorf, they're just warming up more and more now. And I said initially that that Rotterdam looked quite comfortable on defense, but as the series progresses, that's becoming less and less true.
Onko will meet it in the midfield. No fast response found for that first opening goal, as Rotterdam gonna have to try and find it in open play per se as well. Maxio's touch is gonna force Onko to chase all the way to it, and that pinch was on target if not for Limbo's save there on the goal line. Into the final 90 seconds, Rotterdam still need a goal, or else they'll have to reverse sweep. Despite that, they'd still have to win the overtime as well. Suddenly DEFCON 5 as the demos are coming out left, right and centre. Tima clear from the backboard, gets the double touch Maxio. He's forced to meet it at the midline, but Limbo will take possession again. So much time being burnt off this clock as Tima nearly finding the just redirect there. Hang on a minute,
My
that
goodness.
shot from Limbo, the ground shot, he just absolutely rips it top shelf, and Rotterdam, they look stunned.
Someone called Randy Orton, because that was an RKO out of nowhere. Top corner from Limbo, just picked it up so casually and slotted it home. 2-0 now, the scoreline, and I was going to talk about the fact that Rotterdam, they really needed to try and get a goal and get back into this game, but that 2-goal cushion could be too much for them as they try a Dusseldorf there, but the ground pinch from Maxio wasn't able to find Kallio in the midfield there.
Onko can't win the wall on the wall. My Little Pony will block it out in the midfield, and with a double touch as well to top it off. The plays we've been seeing out of Teema, My Little Pony and Limbo. All three of them playing fantastic right now as Limbo evades the bump from Maxio and makes the save as well. 30 seconds left on the clock in game 2 here, and Rotterdam look out of ideas. They can't meet the ball in the midfield, and when they're attacking, there's just a wall in the way with the Dusseldorf defense, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They're just kind of running out of ideas now. Like, I think plan A was just give the ball to Kallio, but they haven't even been able to do that this game. At least Kallio was trying to go for something there, but it was a bit too little too late is what I'm trying to say, and it could really be the case as they're now needing to reverse sweep, and we saw a reverse sweep coming out from Tilburg in the previous game, but I mean, how likely is it that we'll see 2 reverse sweeps in a row here?
Oh, it feels like crazy is currently off them first 2 games. You wouldn't predict anything other than a sweep for Dusseldorf, but
Absolutely.
I guess always that third game. The first game in the reverse sweep is by far the most important, and I just think Rotterdam, at least just for their confidence right now, need the first goal in this game coming right up, because Dusseldorf looks so confident. There's no cracks that we've really seen in them as a team, and I think they just need to actually put them down by a goal, actually have the lead for once, so that Dusseldorf actually have to buck up their ideas and feel a little bit uncomfortable for once.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's gotten past Dusseldorf so far was that double touch from Kallio, and you would say that was a pretty unsavable. I believe you said that there was a bump in net as well, so maybe that's what Rotterdam need to do, just ramp up the aggression and let Kallio run riot as Dusseldorf try and defend with 2 players, but they've got to find something, and they've got to find it soon.
Indeed. Well, hang on. That's another infield play, but this time from Rotterdam right at the start of this third game, but it won't connect how they like, as Maxio will keep up the pressure at the midline, but with no more boost to his name, gonna have to give up space. Kallio called in to win the challenge, but do that he does. Teema, though, gonna swipe that one away on the defense here in the first minute. They do want to open up well, and it seems like Rotterdam have got this pressure so far, and they do get a shot, but My Little Pony with a comfortable 50 on the save means that suddenly Dusseldorf, when they enter midfield and when they've got that ball, it just looks so much more dangerous, and they just seem to look comfortable in defense, right?
Yeah, and despite the pressure from Rotterdam, it's not really, like troubling Dusseldorf. They never really look panicky or like they're about to make a mistake. It's always like very calm, collected. You can see that they're communicating very effectively. So, despite all of the players from Rotterdam being in that Dusseldorf half for so long, they're just able to break out, and they have got on the board first here once more, Tylacto.
The second they get a shot, they put it away. Teema punishing the backflip, shot instantly top shelf, and that has been the story of the series so far. Meaningless offense from Rotterdam, just flailing to keep the ball in the half. The second the Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons enter the Dutch side half, they just look efficient, they look clinical, and they prove it there in this game 3 with their first shot of the game. It finds the back of the net, and again, they're now starting to push up offense, and now it's just too much. And that's their second shot of the game, and it's 2. Rotterdam can't seem to get anything right now.
Yeah, I think this is the floodgates beginning to open, and it's world renowned how good German engineering is, and it's incredible to see how well the Germans are engineering these goals. Like, as you say, 2 shots, 2 goals. Like, this game has almost been one-sided in favor of Rotterdam so far, but it's just been 2 counter-attacks, and now Rotterdam find themselves 2 goals behind.
Yeah, and let's not forget, they haven't yet dropped a game in the group stages. Onko looking for the breezy flick is going to make a laughable attempt. Limbo easily with that save, and it's going to be a 9-0 start to the group for Dusseldorf if they take this series in a sweep. They won't have dropped a single game, and yet Loughborough, they've already dropped a series. Dusseldorf surely become unanimous favourites to top Group B at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I really can't see, well, barring a caster's curse, I really cannot see Dusseldorf throwing this away now. If that goal had gone in, then that would have kind of confirmed what I was saying. But yeah, Rotterdam just look like they're out of answers. They have kind of thrown everything that they've got at Dusseldorf. They've completely shown their hand now, and Dusseldorf are like, well, you know, I've just got pocket aces, so you can just lie down and I'll take the victory. Thank you very much.
Pretty much as well. Team are going to clear it down there as well. There's still 2 minutes on the clock for Rotterdam, but they need that first goal, not just for the comeback, but just for their own confidence, as you know, Dusseldorf controlling the midfield when they want to, it seems, as Tima will get a challenge, and it's met nicely by Onko towards Maxio, but he couldn't pull the trigger and couldn't have got that shot past My Little Pony, as they're so good at infield that they seem to know how to cut them out, as well as the double touch. Not going to find the mark from Limbo here. Be annoyed with that one as Maxio out to Callio, who's up, tries to pull the trigger again, but no, the save comes through from Tima. And Dusseldorf, they already had 2 men back, right? That shot's good, but it's just off the mark, and the clean sheet continues to be held by the Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons, who nearly found their third on the counter-attack there.
Yeah, and crucially, if Rotterdam failed to score, it would have meant that they had literally scored 1 goal all series. Just one. That one double touch from Callio, which would be a pretty incredible feat. Like, we thought that this was going to be an even matchup. Like, the predictions in Twitch chat thought that this was going to be an even matchup. But the reality is maybe that they'll have only scored 1 goal all series.
Or
Never
maybe
mind.
not. Onko with that rifle towards the left-hand side of the net. It depends which way you're looking at it, to be honest. It's a very nice shot. The Dusseldorf defense uncharacteristically flat-footed there. Maybe caught a little bit cocky. Maybe switching off a bit, thinking that the series is done. But Rotterdam, they still have a minute to pull themselves back into this one. And I think they already have, because they just need 1 more goal to force overtime.
Yeah, that 1 goal cushion is a lot more attractive. That was a demolition coming out there. My Little Pony forced into a save over into the corner. Callio going to pick this one up, try and drop it down. 0 boost. Can he do it though? It is so dangerous in front of the net. Can Maxio sneak it in off the 50-50? No, he cannot. Onko in the corner now is going to have a bit of defending to do. Callio, big clear, should be able to follow this up all by himself. Demolition, it's open. Oh, they've managed to equalise. Rotterdam, they have just woken up here.
Yeah, better late than never. The brutal demo from Maxio again. How they linked up for their first goal of the series in just like that. They get 2 goals in 30 seconds, and they really have woken up, as you say. Dusseldorf, they're going to want to end this series now, because the Dutch University are appearing to fire on all cylinders right now. And what if they get a late winner? It's another demo. It's another 50, and Callio will put it in. 3 goals in less than a minute, and this one has just been completely turn the tables, because it's upside down right now in game 3.
Tables turn, more like tables flipped, Tylak. So this is just incredible. In the last minute, you know, we were talking about them as if they were down and out, and Dusseldorf were just on top. And now, 3 goals, almost 4 if Onko could have found that. We keep going in the series. I did not expect this at all.
Dusseldorf clearly thought the job was done, and credit to Rotterdam, they don't give up until the whistle is blown, and they will take that game 3 in a 3-2 scoreline. The question, Orion, is that scoreline that we see right there, is that an omen for the series?
Oh man, well I tell you something that was an omen. When we were talking in the previous game, I'm pretty sure I'd said something like, well, if Rotterdam can be more aggressive and demolition Dusseldorf, and then we'll just have to watch Dusseldorf flop at the ball with 2 defenders. I believe that we saw just exactly that. Like, it really worked for them. Like, there was just chaos. I think that's the first time that we've really seen Dusseldorf like flustered, and rightly so.
Indeed, I think it's fair to say Dusseldorf, one of the best teams in EURC, certainly one of the, if not the best team in terms of faith in their teammates. They're such a good team unit in terms of rotation and positioning that they have so much faith in each other that if you then take one of them off the field, right, it's quite hard to have faith in a car that isn't there to do the job you're expecting them to do. And the question is, do Rotterdam smell blood in the water right now? You said it earlier on. We just saw a reverse sweep by Tilburg over UWE as we head on to DFH for Game 4. That's exactly what Rotterdam are trying to pull off.
Yeah, and I mean, that was absolutely huge, getting those 3 goals in that last minute there. You know, you talk about building up momentum, and you said that the first game in that reverse sweep is the hardest one. So to end it like that with 3 goals in a minute and completely unanswered as well, like, I'm expecting Rotterdam to really, you know, turn up the heat and start playing and meeting Dusseldorf, matching Dusseldorf even, as Onko might have his first opportunity here. Might have been able to look for the demo if he'd gone around that and let a teammate finish, but went for the flick instead. The 1v1 play, Maxio just wide of the mark. Onko going to keep this one up in the center. Where is Kallio? It's going to be Onko, another touch. It's off the backboard, it's an open net, no one going for it. Is it in though? Onko with the 50-50, he just walked away from it. It was like, yep, my job is done.
He just literally built different and then just mic drops, walks away as Limbo can't help but put it into his own net. Onko with a flex of a goal there to open up Game 4, and the nerves are definitely on show right now, but also from both teams, as Düsseldorf, they need to steady the ship right now. There is way too much Munker steer. We kept saying how confident they looked, how comfortable they looked on defense, but Onko, he can't remember when that last just looked, because he's going to put a second in here. Look at that doing from Maxio, down off the backboard, and Rotterdam are rolling right now.
My goodness, this is a bit of a fairy tale. Like, I expected us to be on the panel now talking about how dominant Dusseldorf were going to be, but here we are in game number 4 with a 2-goal scoreline. Crucially, we've now broken the trend where Dusseldorf scored first every time. So we've got not only a first opening goal from Rotterdam, but a second one to follow it up as well, with not even, or just over a minute gone, I should say. I don't know what's happening right now, Tylacto.
It's just completely different sides. In terms of the confidence from Dusseldorf has just vanished, and really Rotterdam, they may have set their alarm late, but they are very much, they have had their breakfast right now. It's pretty late in the day, but they have shown up, and boy have though, Onko, with less than 2 minutes on the clock, has already got his hat trick here in Game 4.
Yeah, Onko popping right now, but where is that Dusseldorf defense that we've seen in games 1 and 2? It just evaporated. Like, I cannot explain, like, what has happened to Dusseldorf, and I'm pretty sure that they can't either, otherwise they would probably have won in game 3.
Yeah, they're trying to link up in the midfield, as you see there, but Rotterdam, they've seen the script, they know what's coming right now, and they intercept it well again, and on the counter, it's Onko. He's got no boost, he doesn't care, he still tries to take the ball off Kallio, who tries to find him in the midfield, but to no success. Now My Little Pony down to Timo, but the connection just looks a little bit awkward right now. Limbo's gonna try and pick up the pieces, but Onko is there with the early challenge. Cuts it right up as we're approaching half-time. The infield from Kallio, but Onko couldn't keep it down. Had a little bit more boost in the tank, but finds Maxio. My Little Pony, though, with the big save, keeping them in the game as they just need that first goal for them on the board again, just to steady that ship. Even if they don't make the comeback here in this 4th game, you think that the momentum on the side of Rotterdam, look at that dribble from Onko, look at the flip, oh my goodness, Maxio couldn't quite put it in, but the confidence on display is speaking volumes as Timo won't quite get that dunk, and Düsseldorf, they just need any confidence, they need anything they can get right now if they have to go to this game 5.
Yeah, they look absolutely rattled, and it is now Dusseldorf that are trying to find answers to the questions that Rotterdam are asking of them. Like, gone are games 1 and 2 where they could just freely pass it to themselves and every opportunity resulted in a goal. They're not even getting opportunities now. Like Rotterdam are just saying like, no, like this is our game, this is our series, we are going to take control of this, and I really can smell a reverse sweep starting to brew.
I mean, Dusseldorf, only thing they've had this game are hopeful pot shots from the midfield, whereas Kallio onto the ceiling, got a flip, but knew he couldn't reach that ball as Limbo is going to have to whisk the ball. And again, Rotterdam aren't even conceding shots at this point, and Game 5 will be a very different game. And of course, just like we see the late flipping momentum in that third game, there's no saying that Dusseldorf can't do the same, but until they show us it, Rotterdam are definitely the hotter team right now. It doesn't take a genius to figure that one out, though. Tima is going to try and get a counter-attack, just gets completely demolished, and that has been the successful name of the game on the side as Rotterdam of Limbo won't quite find that dish into the final minute. It's surely too late for Dusseldorf. As I say that, Rotterdam did get 3 goals in less than a minute. Maybe no, the clear from Kallio. He gets a second touch as well to block out the German offense, and it seems pretty much nailed on that we will have a Game 5 here.
Yeah, I think that is a foregone conclusion that Game 5 is fast approaching us now. And I think if Rotterdam can now kind of hold this 3-goal lead and have a clean sheet in this game as well, that will be huge for them, like going into this. Like, you know, talk about Game 5s, it will be even Stevens, but with 2 unanswered games and 4 unanswered goals now as Onko puts in his 4th, I think Rotterdam have really set themselves up for a pretty a stonker of a Game 5, shall we say.
Yeah, I feel bad for My Little Pony. So clinical earlier on in the series, but now missing backboard reads like that. Uncharacteristic of the Dusseldorf defense. And Maxio, with a big save there off kickoff, is going to try and conserve this clean sheet for Erasmus Rotterdam. And I think they're going to get it as well. Look at that touch. Could it be a 5th? No, it cannot. A 4-0 Game 4 for Rotterdam as they are taking us all the way to Game 5. Can they reverse sweep here? Or can Dusseldorf finally steady the ship and see this one out? Because if they don't get started soon, it might just be too late.
Yeah, absolutely. And crucially, Rotterdam keeping a clean sheet there, whereas you probably could say that Dusseldorf did the complete opposite since they won Game 2. I think you kind of know what I'm alluding to there. But yeah, we find ourselves in a Game 5 once more here, Tylacto. Like, we didn't think it was possible, but we are now set up for another potential reverse sweep, which would be 2 back-to-back.
I mean, the thing is, right, you talk about 4 unanswered goals. Don't forget, Game 3, Dusseldorf were 2-0 up before conceding 3 goals in the space of less than a minute. It is currently 7 unanswered goals for Rotterdam. It's absolutely unreal. Dusseldorf need to find a goal just for their confidence, and getting the first goal here on Champions Field for Game 5 would be absolutely huge in a series that could very well determine the top of Group B.
Yeah, I think the first goal in this game is going to kind of be the real, we'll decide. Setter. Yes, tone setter. Thank you for rescuing me there, Tylacto. Yeah, it will really kind of determine the pace and the dynamic of the game. Because, you know, the first 2 we saw Dusseldorf in control, taking the first goal. Even in the third game, actually, it was only in that previous game that Rotterdam were able to get on the board first. Although top corner shot, beautiful save from Onko required to keep things level there. Can Kallio find this corner read? Wall read, sorry. Unable to get the mechanical play there. No boost on My Little Pony. Can Tima find it? It's Maxio. He's on the backboard. Is he able to get up here? Yeah, no Dusseldorf player going to be challenging at that one. Limbo, it's up high. Kallio going to latch onto that one. Can he find the double touch? No boost left in the tank. Maxio off the corner. Onko up quickly, looking for the drop down. Defended well by Dusseldorf, though. It's Kallio. Maybe trying to find a pass into the center. It's off the ceiling. Where is Onko? He is backed off for this one. But minute gone in Game 5. Still scoreless.
Well, Teema, not quite, as Rotterdam have grown into this one, and definitely Onko the man of the moment right now for them, but certainly early on, first 30 seconds or so, there was a few nice glimmers for Dusseldorf, so don't count them out just yet, as I think they are very much in this game 5 and could have found the opening goal if that top corner save did not come out, but we are still at a deadlock right now. Onko evades too, but can't find the third 50.
That's
but the
open.
shot is going down to the other end, and Onko is there to pick up his parcel at the post office. Thank you very much. He's going to tuck that one into an open net, and it is 8 unanswered goals by Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. And Dusseldorf, they just look hopeless right now. This could be the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, twice now we've seen Dusseldorf just leave themselves completely open on defense, and the third man has just given away possession, leaving an open net. Oh, Maxio, great fake there, but it is going to be met quickly by Limbo. But yeah, Dusseldorf, they are switching off on defense quite a bit and overcommitting on offense as well. I think just trying a little bit kind of too hard. They were very calm and collected in the games that they won, whereas now I think they're feeling like they've just got to throw everything at Rotterdam.
Yeah, with Dusseldorf for the double commit there, though. A big block from Limbo. Can Teemo win the race in the midfield? It's a 50. It's neutral. My Little Pony with the shot. It's high to the backboard. Will the read be there? No, the clear from Kallio as the time is ticking down for Dusseldorf. Teemo with the double touch approaching half-time. Maxio will clear again. Limbo gets caught out. It's over him, but My Little Pony controls it past Maxio. The flick, though. Oh, it leaves a lot to be desired, but does get the demo. Cannot turn, not quite. Maxio might be able to block on the backboard here. It's dangerous, but no one's there in the midfield. Limbo has to read this bounce. He knows he's got time. He controls it. He tries to 51, dunks another, but again, Dusseldorf starting to press, but can they actually get an outright shot? That is the question. They're usually so good at generating opportunities, but as you say, so little in the past 2 games as all the momentum with Rotterdam and their defensive confidence that wasn't there early in the series is there. Onko with another save despite the double commit. The infield, Dusseldorf, you see that? They were trying to force the infield and 2 Rotterdam players flinging themselves at it. They know the drill by now, although Limbo, no, he is blocked by Kallio into the final 2 minutes. Rotterdam definitely looking to threaten on the counter-attack, though with double commits on the defense, Dusseldorf could be just one opportunity from pulling even here.
Yeah, absolutely, and Dusseldorf, they've been knocking on the door for a while now. Oh, that one went begging. If Kallio had maybe about 10 more boost in the tank, we could have seen the second put on the board there for Rotterdam. Dusseldorf, they looked really solid for about 2 minutes, about as solid as we've seen them, and it was Rotterdam that were just able to hold on. There were some really good saves coming out from Onko, so showing he's as good a player on defense as he is on offense. But as we go into the final minute now, it is still Rotterdam with that 1 goal cushion, and
yeah,
it's all up to Dusseldorf to see if they can come back here.
Well, this series is no stranger to eventful final minutes, as you just bet Rotterdam don't want to overcommit right now. Maxio looking for the double. It's awkward, but it's
like
off
this.
target. The read. Limbo will make it. The shot towards the top shelf. Crossbar. Onko's there, but he's blocked by Teemo, recovering off the inside of his goal. Maxio has to buy time, but he gets dunked. Limbo looking for the double. Can he get it? No, the block from Kallio. The shot is also onto the backboard. Dusseldorf, they need possession back, but the time is running out. Onko looking towards the backboard. Can he get the read? No, he misses it. Maxio's there. The 50 from Limbo. Can he reach the second ball? He's running after it, but he's got no boost. He screws up the recovery. The infield to My Little Pony. The shot, but it's blocked again by the Rotterdam defense. 20 seconds left. They're running out of time. Dusseldorf off the wall, missing the contact. Kallio is there. He's controlling it. My Little Pony off the sideboard, but the backflip from Limbo. Erasmus, they break out of defense. Can they keep Dusseldorf in their end? The time has nearly run out. My Little Pony up. It's high. Teemo reads it, but he's got no more boost. Could it be down? No, it's kept
No
up
way.
by Limbo. Can he get the shot?
No
He's there.
way.
The block from Kallio. It's off the ceiling. My Little Pony with the shot. The read. Oh my goodness gracious me. Rotterdam have done it here. They held on at the dead. I have no idea how they haven't conceded at the end, but 1-0 is the scoreline in Game 5 here, and the reverse sweep is complete. Dusseldorf from 2-0 up in Game 3 with just a minute left on the clock It's all crumbled to pieces. Literally 8 unanswered goals, and they couldn't find one at the dead, and they were so close. And that is the story of the series. Rotterdam will go top of Group B.
Man, I need to lie down after that. I don't know how Rotterdam and Dusseldorf feel. That
Yeah.
was they literally left it to like the last second, like the last possible second. It's like, oh god, maybe we should score now. They've scored 8 and it's now game 5 and oh dear, oh no. But they could have scored like that. It's so hard when that ball hits the ceiling. You feel like you need to get up early for it in case it's challenged, but there was just no power on it and it hit the crossbar and oh man, Dusseldorf, they were so close. They looked so in control, and then Rotterdam just flipped the switch and were able to hold on there. What an incredible series that was.
Absolutely unbelievable. Day and night difference for Dusseldorf, who just left it too little too late at the end there. Credit to Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. What a comeback from them after I know I personally pretty much counted them out there in that series, and a huge result for the entire of Group B as well. Our next series on stream, it's got a lot to live up to. We've had back-to-back reverse sweeps here, but it will be UEA Blue Jays going up against Fairplay Martini coming out of Groningen and the Netherlands. Will we see another Netherlands reverse sweep in a row? I'm not sure, but the panel will discuss that and this series after the break, and we'll see you then.
Gon' burn it down. Burn it down. We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
I killed it. I killed it. I killed it.
I killed it, it's murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EURC, and if you just missed what was on stream for the previous series, then I'm afraid you might just need to get yourself checked, because I don't know how you missed that series. Erasmus Esports Rotterdam reverse sweeping the Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons there. And how do you feel about that, Stealthy? Of course, unsurprisingly, FHDW didn't win that series despite your prediction, but like in terms of the top of Group B, what a series that was, right?
I mean, yeah, it was quite a series, and honestly, the most surprising part is that it was the second Dutch team tonight that did a reverse sweep. Is this just a common theme that we're gonna see on the EURC stream? Just every Dutch team is gonna lose at first and then just gonna reverse sweep it?
I mean, maybe. Their Game 5 record is certainly very good, right? Let's go back to Twente against the Birmingham Badgers as well. The Dutch Game 5 record is looking immaculate right now as well. Group B certainly is the group of Erasmus Esports Rotterdam right now, right, Nieuwelek? And in terms of how it shapes out, that's just such a weighting on the top three and puts such an expectation on Loughborough when they go up against them, yeah?
It does, and it's suddenly looking super tough for Loughborough in that group. They've dropped a couple of key series now at the top of that group, and you know, these teams coming through, Rotterdam and Erasmus, both looking very, very strong. Or those are the same team. You know what I meant. The two teams that we just saw on stream, they both look very strong.
FHDW, right?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Of course, yeah.
But one thing, I mean, look, I'm gonna, just because I have a point that ties into the game that's coming up, I'm just gonna say, like, you know, you're talking about Dutch teams and their Game 5 success rate, but the team that we're about to see, it's not quite as good.
Well, Groningen, fair play, the Martinis. You may indeed be correct when mentioning that as well. I mean, look at their previous matchup. Of course, they did lose Game 5 to ULB coming out of Brussels, the Belgians there, as they still find themselves lower up in the group, whereas Martinis with their game difference at 5-3, definitely helped by the fact that they have a 3-0 sweep win over the Szczecin Griffins. So, I mean, at least for me, I find it kind of hard to weigh up the Martinis right now coming into this series as well. UEA also not as convincing as maybe I personally would have hoped with their 3-1 loss to TUD Dublin, but then again, TUD, they're looking fantastic right now, and a 3-1 win for UEA over Durham is the other result we can talk about with regards to them. And I feel like both these, you know, two universities are certainly a lock for like top 5, right? But I feel like it's so hard for either of them to push for top 3 if they lose this series, right, Stealthy?
I mean, yes, it's going to get pretty hard because, like you said yourself, we expected actually like quite some greatness from both teams on both sides. So dropping series already is a little bit against what we were anticipating. I think that if we were to say, like, be honest about it, I think this was the series where the difference would have been made between the top two. But for me, it's actually like a pleasant surprise. It makes the group way more compact. Everybody is like really fighting, and maybe in the end we could even see a 5-way tie or something, and the game differential will have to decide the top 5.
It's actually so true you say that. Of course, we saw Stuttgart drop to 1-2 today with their lost first game of the stream, but of course we have a score update in that ULB have actually beaten UEA as well in Game 5. So ULB, coming out of Belgium, are looking fantastic right now. They're positive in the group, and when you see that the other teams are like the likes of Durham and TUD Apes, right, Nieuwelek, this group really is going crazy, and I said maybe this series would be for top 3. If you lose this series, UEA or Groningen Martinis, right, they need to be worried about making top 5 in the first place.
Yeah, TUD Apes and Durham Defenders, I think both are sitting. TUD lost to Durham Defenders earlier, so we're sitting at 3-2 overall win-loss. Durham are looking strong to get a roughly similar record as well. So when you're looking for the UEA Blue Jays, having dropped to ULB, if they drop this series as well, all of a sudden, instead of being on those 3 wins, they're on 3 losses. And while you're saying, they're a strong team, they should look to get the top 5, a 1-3 record is not the mark of a top 5 team to me.
Exactly, it's just not the start you want to be going. So added pressure on this series, as pressure is the last thing you need as this day going on, our 4th series of the day. Of course, East Anglia making their roster change since the winter split, and we see that they've been a little bit less consistent. They've had a couple decent results with Sortea, but for the most part, I feel like most people say that they were more convincing with Queen Scots. They might miss out on the championship bracket playoffs domestically, although they've had some hard matchups. So I feel like they've already had such a sort of mixed season so far, and for me, Stealthy, it could be quite defining for their entire season whether or not they win this series, because it could define their group stage, whereas Martinis, right, always sort of counted out, despite being champions in the Netherlands, still labelled, a B team for such. They find themselves losing this one as well. Surely that's even more weight on their shoulders too.
I mean, the main thing that we have to look at is the way they lost to ULB. Because if you were to rewatch the stream from either side of the ULB or Rebel side, because both, of course, streamed it as well, it was super painful. There was like a continuation of slight mistouches from the side from Martini and mainly Rebel, actually. So that was kind of upsetting. But they had ULB under control, and somehow they gave it away. A little bit like the last series, actually, where we saw Dusseldorf gave it away to Erasmus. So what I'm wondering right now, I thought that, they're a team with consistency, but ever since I said that, they're proving me wrong. So I hope they can show it once more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just nervous going into this series for UEA, and I mean, they just look so solid sometimes, and then just so questionable at others. I mean, when they played that series against TUD Apes, New LA, I'm sure you watched that too, right? It's in terms of what Groningen should be looking to do against them. Is there any sort of weaknesses you see going into this matchup that they can maybe exploit?
It's hard to say. I mean, look, that was a whole week ago. You can't expect me to remember series details from that. It's all long in the past at this point. But no, I mean, UEA, as you say, from time to time, they're a team that this energy still is not lacking, but it hasn't been built up to the same level as the UEA squad that we saw kind of last winter when they still had Queen squads. Sortea is still looking to fit into that roster, still looking to kind of find an identity at times, I think, this UEA squad. If they can get those plays off, they do still have very good players. They can definitely take it to Martinis, I think, probably on an individual level. But Martinis, for being a B team, and, it's kind of something you brought up, technically less talented individually than some of the teams they beat, but they have that synergy, and maybe I think that could be where a mismatch does show up in this series.
Yeah, I feel like Groningen and the Martinis putting in so much work consistently as a 3, and it could be the decider for them in this series, as who knows if it goes the distance and we get another Game 5, or goodness forbid, a reverse sweep, as I think we should head into predictions for this series, as I personally still haven't made up my mind, and I'm going to have to push myself either side of the fence, because I truly want UEA to win, and my predictions so far today have been flawless. So surely if I predict UEA to win, they will win, or will it immediately curse me and the Martinis will just batter them? I'm scared. That is the reality. I'm going to put my heart on the line, and I will predict UEA, Ant-Man, out the studio with the rap battles, going to pull out a fantastic record for us against the Martinis. That'd be cooler rebrand as well. Stealthy, I'm sure you'll maybe disagree with me, as your prediction here, will you be predicting UEA? Will you be predicting the Martinis, or will you be predicting FHDW?
I mean, you know, man, I have to go with FHDW. No. I do truly believe that Martini do have a fair chance, and again, same thing that I was talking about before. They just need that consistency. They need to work together, and they don't have to let that panic from one slight misplay, one slight mistouch get to them. And I think the moment they can do that, comfort each other, they can definitely take you away. Maybe even in a sweep. I'm not going to say that it's going to be a sweep. That's always a very, very bold assessment to make, and I'm never going to do it. So I'm going to say 3-1 win to Martinis.
Right, well, Nuelaic, once again with the casting vote. Will you manage to get yourself wrong again, or will you pick yourself on the right side of history here?
Well, look, I mean, as long as we get to vote for any team, I'm going to call it's the TUDH. They're going to win this series, no doubt in my mind. No, listen, I'm going to have to keep it up, though. I am going to have to continue to just vote fully against whatever Tylacto votes on this. 100%. At least if one of us is going down, we're going down in style. But honestly, I do think that Groningen have this. I think they are a slightly better team. I think they had a rough loss against ULB, and I think this week especially they'll really be looking to stand out because this is a team that could be near the top of this group.
Alright, well, I can say that chat is on the side of UEA Blue Jays there. 63% is the vote. Interestingly, I've seen that Queen Scott, UEA's former third, has actually voted against them. With channel points, has actually voted for the Martinis. So that would be an interesting
tactic, yeah.
That'd be an interesting one to discuss with amongst the camp after the series. Of course, the series we can bring you to now, though, as down on the field, we do have Orion joined by Stealthy Wolf. And Orion, hope you've recovered after that past series, and I hope you're excited for this one too.
Yeah, just had a quick lie down and a breather. You know, took a little break after that one because, man, oh man, we thought the first reverse sweep was, you know, going to be the highlight of tonight, and then Rotterdam just said, "What if we did the same thing?" That's exactly what they did. Yeah, a crazy consecutive reverse sweep, and you know what? I reckon we're going to see a third one here because UEA. They never really start matches that hot. Like, I would honestly say that UEA would probably be favourites to lose game 1 and possibly game 2 as well. But I've definitely seen UEA a number of times come back. So what are your thoughts going into this, Stealthy? How do you think that the kind of dynamic of the series is going to play out?
Well, my main question for you to just bounce back immediately is with or without Zotea? Because that is a very important thing, apparently, according to Tylacto. And I mean, from the performances we've seen so far from UEA, I think it will really make a difference. And I do agree with you. I think that Martini is definitely going to take game 1 and 2. But then at the same time, I did say before that I was kind of scared that Martini might throw in game 3, same way that they did against ULB. So if they can avoid that, that would be amazing, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are getting players in the lobby here, just about to commence this series now. And, oh man, it would be amazing to see at least another game 5. And speaking of Zortea specifically, as you mentioned, I have a bit of inside information from Ant-Man himself that since switching and starting to play with Zortea, on their good days, they felt better than they did previously with Queen Scots on the roster. But on their bad days, they felt worse. Like, apparently Zortea is quite a black and white player. You know, he can either really pop off or just be in a bit of a slump, and it really kind of affects the dynamic of the team. So we'll kind of see what Zortea we're dealing with today, and then we can start to see how UEA are going to shape up in this series.
Two different versions of one player, and right now it is, of course, Groningen try to apply quite a lot of pressure. We see KJ right here trying to get the ball clear, but Zico is right there. Ball still in the center. Rebel almost putting a lot of pressure on, able to get that ball to the center, but now Muskie trying to find Zico. This is that combination play that we've been talking about from Martini, and they almost had the first opportunity, but KJ got some brilliant save right there.
Yeah, beautiful block from KJ there, just in the nick of time. It was a reverse angle save. He actually came from the opposite direction and was able to get his car in front. Zortea now with a block. KJ is going to try and fire that one over to Ant-Man, but the infield pass cut off, and it is now Martini's with the possession and looking to aggress and get that opening goal here. Rebel in the corner, looking to drop something down, blocked out by Ant-Man, but he has no boost and not able to get a 50-50 here. Muskie onto the crossbar. Can he double tap this one in? Not enough boost to get back down to it, but a great play from Muskie there. Could have easily fallen to the feet of one of the Martinis, but we stay scoreless. How long are we going to stay scoreless for? Ant-Man has just managed to put that one over to the side there. KJ onto his own backboard now. Bit of a risky play. Infield pass is not good, off the crossbar again. Martinis, they're asking the questions, and finally they have found the answer.
Well, this is quite some pressure that we're seeing from the side from Martinis, and the Blue Jays have been doing it perfectly. Like, we don't have to beat around the bush. They are playing it well. Just sometimes a slight mistouch, not being able to push that one from the correct angle. And what do I mean? Like, going from the goal towards their net and going towards your own net. It can be very dangerous. And I think right there, it is really the scenario that came around because of that. So right now, the real question is, are Martinis going to be able to keep exploiting that problem from the side from the Blue Jays? But right here, a Sansa play from Zico, cleanly put to the side from Rebel, who's now trying to solo it even further. But now it is Sortea against Muskie, flies by, so Muskie has a lot of space. Does try and play it slow, it does not get the flip reset, so this leaves another opportunity for the Blue Jays to regain.
Yeah, UEA are giving them maybe just a little bit too much time to kind of engineer a play and nick the ball round them. They kind of need someone challenging that little bit earlier and need to read the play a little bit faster and try and get on the same wavelength as one another. And whenever they do get out of their half, they're kind of a bit low on boost. Like they're doing well to take those of the Martinis for the time being. As Zortea, bit of a P-roller in the end. Muskie just had to kind of sit and watch it bounce off his car. It was Rebel there trying to launch a counter-attack. Ant-Man up high now. KJ in the midfield. Can he get to this one before Muskie? No. The defense holding strong at the moment for Martinis, but we've seen this first bit of sustained pressure for UEA now. Still not able to find a goal from it, though.
Well, right now they are trying to look for more pressure, but Muskie is able to play it over one. Plays it past two. Ball goes to the back corner, and KJ is trying to play it slow. He realizes that if he pushed very quickly for that ball, it would have been very dangerous. But right now, it is, of course, for the Martinis. Beautiful block there from Muskie. Now Ant-Man trying to look into the center, trying to find Zoltea. Sadly enough, he isn't available, but now ball still cleared. Zico trying to find Muskie. Muskie not in a position to really get a proper touch, and that's why KJ is able to intercept it. Now, KJ, slow play, a little bit more dangerous than Martinis possibly would have anticipated. But the back and forth play is still going on at this moment, and it's very hard to say which one of the two teams is actually the stronger one. I feel like both are trading in quite a lot of opportunities, Orion.
Yeah, exactly. That first goal, it hasn't really kind of set the tone, you know. It still feels like a very open game, as KJ was almost able to get a flick, almost like turbo pulsar there. Oh, we are going to get a goal on the board from UEA, though, and a crucial one. 40 seconds left. They've kind of just been looking for it the whole game, and finally they found it here, threading the needle. Gap in the defense, pass into the midfield, converted by Ant-Man.
Well, this is also partially what we are talking about, of course. We saw right there, I think it was Zico on the sidewall not getting a proper touch, and both teams are just capitalizing on small mistakes the other team is making. But right now it is Muskie trying to get the ball to the front. Zico into the center, but KJ is right there trying to find a connection with Ant-Man. Beautiful 1-2-1, but Rebel is very quick to it. He reads the play, and now Zico is in an awkward position. Ant-Man has an opportunity, sadly enough, not able to control the ball. The ball goes to the side, but
Ant-Man!
Beautiful opportunity right here.
Oh, Ant-Man so close there. That one could have easily gone in. So unfortunate to go off the crossbar. The defense was well and truly beaten, and that really would have been a nail in the coffin. Speaking of nails in the coffin, here is Zico. God. Oh my goodness, the carry from Muskie. He was literally in his own half. I think he even got the bump on Ant-Man as well. Forced into the net, and that opportunity, UEA are going to be absolutely furious with themselves that they weren't able to convert there.
That was just incredible from Muskie, like you said yourself. Without that carry, that play was entirely impossible. Zico would have had no way to get that past that last defender. But this does mean, however, that we see the first game go to Martini. So, like you said, UA Blue Jays probably not able to convert that first game, but I have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They are quite putting on some pressure against Martini, and we can see Martini struggling more and more throughout the game.
What can I say? You know, I'm just a prediction god, but I think, you know, it was much closer than I was expecting. I was kind of expecting to see a half asleep UEA in game one, but they were definitely showing that they could have actually taken that game one. Like, if that shot from Ant-Man had been crossbar down and in, you know, we'd be in a completely different situation here, where UEA would be one game for the better. They find themselves instead one game down. But yeah, GEA, they were Martinis, they were in the lead for most of that game, and they were able to win it in the end despite the equalizer. So going into game 2 now, they do have a bit of momentum behind them. But yeah, I think we're definitely going to see in a couple of minutes, as that server has decided that it doesn't want to exist anymore. I'll have to talk for a bit longer. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see UEA, you know, I think they always start series slow, so if that is UEA starting slow, then we really could see some UEA dominance in the coming games.
At the same time, I feel like that server just went down. I was like, nope, I had enough of this. This is not how I want to see Rocket League be played. Very balanced between both teams, not a clear winner from the start, and I think that's also a little bit of a problem. But then at the same time, it's kind of nice to see that Blue Jays are bouncing back. They're having a lot of opportunities. They were able to score at least once. See, the one thing that I really want to see from both teams right now is that they take more the ball in control and try and actually outplay the other players without banging the ball. Because the main thing that we see right now is that they just keep hitting that ball very, very hard and firm.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just trying to get back in the lobby right now. Should be doing so pretty shortly, as I have to type in the details using a PS4 controller because I do not have a PC, which is very fun. So
yes.
pray for me.
I mean, and the best thing would be, of course, Orion, if the credentials don't even work. Which
yeah,
is,
we could just have a 1-0. That would be it.
Yep.
Game's over, ladies and gentlemen.
Game's over.
Thanks for joining. I'm joking.
Imagine, that would be quite something. But yeah, I mean, going into game 2 now, a little bit of a break. That might cause, of course, a little bit of a reset. Would be good for Blue Jays because I don't know if you were following RLCS last weekend, but they also had like a timeout kind of system. So we could say that that server maintenance was their timeout.
Yeah, potentially. I didn't see that timeout. I just kind of heard about it, but yeah, I'm glad that it's something that's being included into Rocket League. You know, with teams in big brackets playing like long days like that. I definitely agree that it's something that is kind of crucial. You know, we see it in Counter-Strike a lot. I'm not sure if it's in League of Legends. That's not an esport that I tend to watch, but good that it's now being included in Rocket League. You know, we are slowly making our way up, and also we have slowly made our way into the lobby now, finally. And I think that game 2 is going to be underway very shortly. So Martinis, they took the first one. UEA, I think that they have a pretty decent chance of actually taking the second one here, contrary to my initial predictions.
Well, it's gonna be quite some fireworks, and we're of course in quite a good stadium for that. The Forgotten Temple is of course where we can see some fireworks if you go to Chinese festival, but right now it is the UEA Blue Jays that are immediately putting on some pressure. KJ right here, trying to get that ball to Waterfall down. He's right there, but so was Sortea, just a little bit too much like next to that side post to why he wasn't able to finish it off. And right now it is the Martinis that are trying to find a response right here.
Yeah, that was a good bit of opening pressure from UEA there. They definitely came out of the blocks quickly, but Zico, that shot there with the smoke screen, Zortea wasn't able to get to it, and despite that early pressure from UEA, it is Martinis on the board first once again.
Well, that is quite well played from the side from Martini. Just a little bit unfortunate for UE Blue Jays that KJ got demoed right there. And then, of course, the communication between Ant-Man and Zortea. I feel like if Ant-Man just slowed down his play a little bit, he would have had a way better chance of saving that one. But it's always easier said than done after the fact. But right here, Rebel doesn't get a touch that he really wanted. That second touch with that ball into an awkward position from Muskie. But right now, Zico trying to get that ball into the center. But there is Ant-Man. Now trying to take his time a little bit more is Sortea on that wall. Sadly, he gets intercepted by Rebel, and that ping pong play is already going, and we're only 1 minute in, but already 1 goal deficit for UEA Blue Jays.
Yeah, it might not last long though, as Ant-Man was looking for something over the top there. The last defender not able to find it. It's Muskie now just getting a deft little touch over to Rebel, and the shot is good. Baited out Ant-Man there in the midfield with that little touch. But the speed right now of Martinis is just, it's too much for UEA to handle.
I mean, it isn't really that the speed is too much to handle. UA Blue Jays are just a little bit too spread out. The rotations aren't the cleanest yet, and what we can look for that is like the boost pads. You of course have boost pads if you connect them into one lane, but here a beautiful shot like you said yourself from KJ. Beautifully set up by Ant-Man, putting that ball into the corner, but Martinez was sleeping on that defense a little bit.
Yeah, that is an absolute belter of a shot from KJ, top shelf there, and despite the defense being ready and waiting for a shot to come, the shot was good enough that not going to be saved that time, and UEA have managed to cut their deficit in half pretty swiftly here. They might even be able to get another goal on the board, as a demolition could have opened something up for them. Muskie went full court carry mode again there with that air dribble, but no teammates there to finish it off. KJ is going to give away possession in the midfield here, and Zortea has to take this one over into his own corner and get a block on Muskie now. Ant-Man chasing. KJ also in the midfield there. Could be a bit of an overcommit here from UEA if Zortea isn't able to get a piece of this, and Muskie has buried it into the bottom left-hand corner.
See, here is where you get those people that are too addicted to bumping and demoing that they forget all sense of proper rotations. And I don't want to pin it on KJ, but it's kind of getting pinned on KJ right here, if you get what I mean, Orion.
I mean, I don't think that he was going for the bump. I think he was going for the demo, but just didn't quite have enough speed and ended up actually helping, I believe it was Muskie out there. Actually, like, he bumped him, and then Muskie used his flip to then get that ball into the corner. So I think KJ was doing the right thing, but it was just very poorly executed, unfortunately for him. And that 2-goal lead has now been restored for the Martinis.
Yeah, right now it is Zico in an awkward position, though, able to play that ball to the side. But Muskie, he's very dangerous with those goal drags. Like you said yourself, right now he doesn't have boost. So this ball is a free chance again for UA Blue Jays, but they give it away because Zico is right there on the wall. Right now trying to find a bump or demo himself as Rebel tries to get that ball into the center court. Gets the bump on Ant-Man. KJ not able to get a proper clear because Zico is still there. Top right placement. Beautiful shot from Zico.
Yeah, and that is 4 goals on the board now from Martinis. The floodgates are starting to open. UEA, they look great in game 1, but they have started to fall apart here in game 2, and I think this game could already be a foregone conclusion if UEA really aren't able to start meeting them. Like they just, I think speed is definitely one thing, but like the speed at which they're reading the play, you know, they're just got to try and connect with each other a bit more, and also try and connect on the touches that the Martinis are making, and not give the ball away for free.
Well, it's not over till it's over, Orion. The UA Blue Jays still have 1 minute and 50 seconds to make 3 goals, and that's more than possible. We're of course playing Rocket League. This game can be very dynamic, and here is the first one. Ant-Man beautifully got that pass from Zortea, put it over the last defender, and again, 2 goals deficit only with 1 minute and 44 seconds remaining. Definitely still possible.
Yep, it is definitely still possible, but I've casted UEA one too many times to believe in them this early on. I'll start believing in them when they win game 3 and they're ahead in game 4. I hope that prediction comes to fruition now and we don't get a sweep from the Martinis. Otherwise, I'm going to look quite stupid. But so far, and I don't know, UEA, they don't look as strong in this game. Pass is cursed, question mark.
I mean, I told you, don't give up on UA Blue Jays. Yeah, and here is the exact example. Zico right there without boost, a little bit overextended, nobody from the Martinis back, and Ant-Man just saw that, he immediately capitalized on it, got a very good snipe. So we were like, of course, giving a lot of credits to Martinis, but right now we have to give credits to where it belongs, and it's definitely on the side from the UA Blue Jays to bounce back from a 3-goal deficit. But it's the 2-goal deficit again because Zico launches in the 5th for the Martinis.
Yeah, I was going to come in and say if UEA can win this game, then I'll never doubt UEA again, and I'll be a UEA fan for life. And as I was kind of thinking of those words that I was going to say next, it was a double touch off the ceiling from the UEA defender, and then just a goal out of nothing, really. So I think I can kind of stand by what I'm saying and say that UEA, they don't look so hot right now, but I think that they definitely can warm up into the series. Ant-Man, though, looking for a 1v1 play. He was going for that air dribble bump. It's with Rebel in the corner now, trying to go around one. He's taking it up high towards the ceiling, looking for the ceiling pinch, and gets it. It's Muskie now into the midfield, but Zico, very far back, has gifted the ball to Ant-Man. Awkward touch. That is going to drop down for Zortea, but the shot not coming through from him, and only 40 seconds left now. UEA still need 2.
You know, the main thing that we can also like conclude from watching Martini play is that Zico, he may have like the best shot percentage. He's able to like put them in for his team when it really matters, but at the same time he can also be very inconsistent. We can see him struggling the moment he has low boost, and maybe he's not comfortable recovering that well. Whereas on the side from the UA Blue Jays, I have to give it, they're all three sort of on the same level. They're able to follow each other's fire, read each other's movements clearly, but with 8 seconds remaining, I think it's over, because we almost have a 6th goal right here. Because honestly, if that one went in, Orion, I would have probably screamed. People would have been like, why is he screaming? This is just a simple goal, but still, 3-6.
Yeah, that was a bit of a statement made there. Just as UEA were starting to build some momentum and look like they were coming back, it was Martinis that flipped the switch and scored another, I don't know if it was another 2 or another 3, but nevertheless, the goal cushion at the end was pretty comfortable for them. They outshot UEA massively. UEA scored 3 from 5 shots, whereas the Martinis, they scored 6 from, let me do some quick maths here,
13.
11, 13, yeah, okay, 13. Oh dear, no one clipped that. So now we go into...
This is why we don't do maths as casters. It's always
Exactly.
a good.
Exactly. But yeah, we go into a game 3 now, and we find ourselves in a very similar position, Stealthy, where the other team needs to reverse sweep, and it would be completely against what we've seen if they did so. So I'm starting to see a pattern emerging here.
I mean, are we gonna get a game 5? That's the real question right now. Are we gonna get a possible reverse sweep from UEA? At this moment, I'm doubting it, because Martini they put momentum into the first half of the game. UEA came back, and then they ended it with momentum in their favor. Could go both ways.
I just want to say, we doubted Rotterdam. Like, when me and Tylacto were casting, Rotterdam were just, like, we just threw them away. It was like, yeah, this series is done. Like, we're going to go to the panel, and we might have an interview. We'll be on time for the next series. And then Rotterdam were just like, maybe we should actually try and play good. And they did, and they reverse swept. So, I don't know. Based on what we have seen tonight alone and just pure instinct, I can't help but think that UEA are going to find a way back into this now.
Yeah, but yeah, at the same time, you were doubting last game. But right here, beautiful play right here from KJ. He went a little bit primal mode, though, looking for that bump/demo on the defender. And Rebel going for a little bit too much of a dynamic move, but Zico almost finding that touch. Definitely shows still that Fair Play Groningen has an opportunity right here. The only real problem is that, yeah, UEA have to keep it consistent, and that's something that I am worried about a little bit. That consistency, are they going to be able to consistently get past the defense from Martinis? Because I think they might get used to that, oh, we're just going to throw a bump/demo kind of play tactic.
Yeah, absolutely, but they have got on the board first here, and I just want to clarify my position. I completely believed that they would lose the last game. Like, that was just a pure belief. But I believe that they would get back into it in this game or the next one, and then maybe even pull off the reverse sweep, as Ant-Man was looking for a very Devo-esque shot off the backboard there. I don't know if anyone remembers that one from Season 5 LAN, but not able to find it that time. It just kind of angled not quite right, hit the crossbar. It's now Martinis with a bit of pressure, but KJ got control of this ball in the corner until Muskie is there for a challenge, and a whiff from Zortea. Ant-Man thankfully on the backboard, able to bail his teammate out with a clear. That's a demo from KJ onto Muskie in the corner, so maybe relieving a little bit of pressure for the time being, although Rebel is not going to leave this ball alone. He's not going to leave KJ alone either. Zico ended up missing as KJ, I think all of the players in the lobby thought KJ was going to hit that ball and just got absolutely dunked on by Muskie there with the bump. Oh my goodness, Rebel, he's managed to convert that one. That ball just fired off the right-hand wall straight back into the midfield, and it was Rebel that was there first.
A beautiful performance from Martinez to be able to be bouncing back with, well, we can call it very confident kind of play, because let's be honest, both players were just moving to the back, threw a fake on that ball, and Rebel was still confident enough to go for a shot there. Of course, you're going to outplay the defense that way. Nobody's anticipating a shot like that to come through. But then at the same time, we see a lot of pressure right here from UA Blue Jays. They're getting in their groove. They're getting some mechanics in, some mechanical plays, and that's what we want to see. But Muskie right here is keeping very close. And yeah, like, you know how we say sometimes that somebody is passive-aggressive in real life. That's a passive-aggressive kind of play in Rocket League.
It's Zico now in the corner. No boost to his name, though. Ant-Man recognized that, but there was just a little bit too late. Looking for a bump in the net there. Is Muskie going to be able to get to this? It's a whiff. Oh, Rebel off his own crossbar. Is there anyone from UEA there to follow? Ant-Man has sent that one onto the crossbar. Muskie, that's not a touch he would have wanted. Able to deal with it, but not for long as Ant-Man over to KJ. I guess we can call that a 1-2 passing play. It was in anyway, but KJ finding himself right place at the right time, and lead restored for UEA.
Yeah, right there, a little bit of a mistouch from Muskie. Also probably not well coordinated from Rebel. Probably Rebel wanting or anticipating a pass from Muskie right there. And then in the end, he didn't get anything. But right now, Muskie has a chance to redeem himself. One-on-one against KJ. Ball goes to the center. Oh, there's still a follow-up. Zico, can you do it for Martinez? No, you can't, because KJ is still there. This man, I don't know what to say. He's literally doing quite a lot for his team. He's getting those bumps, he's getting those damos, but Martinez is also getting those damos in.
Oh no, Zico there took it away from his teammate. It's an open net here. Can KJ get around and sneak this one in? Shot is actually off target from KJ. Unfortunate there. Found himself under a bit of pressure and tried to get an angle on the ball. Ant-Man is alone for a little bit, and I think it is Zortea that is back, has no boost, gets bumped out of net. Zico going to have to come across and get a touch onto this one. Might be able to follow it himself here. Instead, it's Rebel in the corner trying to drop it down, but Ant-Man with the pre-jump of his own backboard is going to deny any chance of that rolling into the UEA penalty box. Zortea was looking for a pass into the midfield there, but no boost to his name, not able to make anything work. Muskie, again, playing very fast and trying to create opportunities for his team, and they're going to have to do it soon here, as they might be 2 goals down, and they will be. Ant-Man just works his way through the whole pitch there.
I don't know what is going on with Martinez at this moment. Like, we saw him being very dominant in that second game, and all of a sudden everything is falling apart. I don't know however else to put it, but like, it's quite rough. I feel like Zico is just getting slower and slower as the game goes on, and right now he definitely has to step it up, maybe talk a little bit more. Maybe it's the communication really that's going sore on the side from the Martinez, or maybe it is actually, as they were saying in chat in the private lobby, that they just wanted to go to game 5 for content.
Yeah, I think that's it. You know, that right now it is Martinez that are doing a bit of a Dusseldorf. You know, they looked in control. We kind of said that UEA were probably going to lose game 2 and have to reverse sweep, and now with 30 seconds left, they look set to take game 3, and as Tylacto said, the first game in a reverse sweep usually is the hardest one. So, you know, they're doing the hard work now, and it's just going to get easier and easier from here.
Hey, you know, if they can bench 200 Martinis, then surely they can bench 300 Martinis the next game, you know. That's how it works, right?
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. As the Ant-Man there looking for a bit of a flashy play to finish things off. KJ gonna put in the 4th in that game. I still have 8 seconds left. I completely misread the clock there. I thought it was 0 seconds, but here we are. We're still casting. Kick off. Well, to be fair, I think that the result is done and dusted. You know, 3 goals in 8 seconds definitely isn't going to happen. And we stay, or I should rather say UEA, stay alive in this series, despite being on match point.
Yeah, but the same thing that we can still say right now, Orion, is that Martini, they are in a good spot. They don't need to win the next game. They only need to win the next game. But at the same time, one game at a time. Rebel said one more. He's calling it. He's confident they're going to close it out right now. And that would be a way to make a statement. Like say, okay, we're just going to give them a game. And now we're going to bounce back. And we've seen Martini be very dominant. And I think right now they're maybe going to flip on the switch. Maybe Zico is going to turn on his monitor. And then everything is going to be fine.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, UEA there outshot Martini's. I'm going to do maths now. 11. I got it right that time. 11-5. So a complete reversal of what we saw in the previous game, where Martini's were definitely outshooting UEA, and especially Ant-Man with 7 shots to his name there, definitely popping off in that game. So we go into a game 4 now, and UEA still find themselves up against a match point, and a double match point at that. You know, we're going to have to go to game 5 if UEA want to take the series, but they're in a great position right now where they've, you know, just taken that previous game. They scored a decent amount of goals, and they definitely look like the stronger team as well. So we'll see how the dynamic of this game goes.
Well, Orion, game 4, all or nothing again for UEA Blue Jays. They have to show us what they got right now. They have to take game 4 if they want to have a chance at reverse sweeping the Martinis. But now it is Zico immediately trying to get that ball forwards. Ant-Man, not the recovery that he needs. Musty? Musky?
Flick?
Musty?
Sure.
I mean, surely, okay. But
Have you had another FHDW moment there?
Yes, exactly. It's just like that. Dusseldorf, FHDW, all the same thing. Musky. I mean, Musty also went pro, so I mean, there's a chance, right?
Is Musty really a pro?
I mean, it's a sub, but he went pro. No matter how you look at it, he went pro.
Well, anyway, I think that's enough talking about whether players are pro or not. As Ortega, he was looking for a double touch there, not able to find it. Let's get back into this series as things are really starting to hot up now. That's a great block from Muskie on the sidewall there. Can he get it over the top of KJ? Rebel in the corner, past KJ. It's not past Ant-Man though. Zico forced to make this touch high, and Ortega is going to put this off the wall looking for Ant-Man. Zico, not a great touch, but Muskie there to bail him out on that one. KJ 50-50 in the midfield now with Rebel, and Zortia another 50-50, but Muskie, literally this man is just built different, just absorbing 50-50 after 50-50 in the midfield there. And is it going to lead to an opportunity? No, Muskie now. It's just going to wait for this one. It's going to be a 50 in the midfield here. I thought maybe Zortea could have been punished there, as if that 50-50 went goalwards towards UEA. There was nobody back.
Maybe a little bit of a shaky moment right here, but good recovery from Rebel, able to keep that pressure out of his own half. But right now it is Muskie clearing that ball away. Can he follow it up? Sends that ball into the corner. Can he follow it up once more? No, there is Zortea able to get that ball to the side, but now it is UEA. They have to make a statement. They have to do it quickly because they need that confidence of a 1-goal lead. But Muskie says no. He takes that ball to the other side, tries to dunk this one. Doesn't get it though, but now Rebel into the center to Zico. Zico is right there, and the ball goes high, but it is Muskie. He's able to follow it up. The fair play Groningen and Martini have a lot of pressure, and that is what they need to abuse right now against UEA Blue Jays.
Oh my goodness, that last minute save there from Muskie. I think there must have been a bit of communication there from him and Zico. I think that he was allowing Muskie just to clear that one a bit better than the touch that he would have got himself. But yeah, just talking about the offense from the Martinis, they look like they're kind of coordinating, and they're also disrupting. Like we see where it could look like the UEA are able to get a counter-attack. It's actually the Martinis that just kind of come across and disrupt and hold that ball up for a certain period of time, and it just kind of really stunts the offense from UEA.
Well, right here, the demos are coming through. A double commit as well from this side from Martini. Makes it, of course, a little bit more shaky, but right here, Zico has a lot of time. He's able to outpace Ant-Man, but KJ able to dig up that ball. Now Ant-Man once more with a shot. Rebel able to take it to the side, and Muskie already full trust that Rebel is going to take it to the side, but now Muskie is getting those bumps, getting those demos as well. And he gets another one on Ant-Man. This gives them an opportunity. Martini. Oh, Zico did a little bit of a backflip, but it was all planned. He was now in a great position. And their defense is looking very solid. No matter how much pressure UEA is dropping on them right now, they can't seem to score.
Till now, maybe I thought there would have been an opportunity, but UEA have left themselves a little bit open at the back, a little bit shaky for a second, but they were able to compose themselves and deal with the pressure. But you know, it's 0-0 right now, and we've only got a minute left, so we're entering kind of golden goal territory, and that's a bit scary if you're UEA because, you know, we're not in overtime, but if Martinis were able to get a go-ahead goal here, then UEA wouldn't have time to respond, realistically.
Well, 30 seconds to go. Golden goal territory is definitely the place that we are right now, unless we see a quick goal and then a kickoff goal from the opposite team. But now it is Zico trying to take that ball forward. Soltea able to get that ball to the side, but now gets bumped off. Rebel keeping that ball central. Now KJ has an opportunity. Zico with a brilliant save though, off the crossbar.
Great save from Zico there, keeping his team alive in this. If that goal had gone in, we would have gone to Game 5. We might still go to a Game 5 as it is up. Muskie, oh, it's down to Ant-Man, and he wasn't able to get around it. We have overtime here, and no team has got on the board just yet. 5 minutes of Rocket League been played, no goals scored. That touch from Zico almost catching out Soltea. Muskie has got control, looking for the dunk. It's Soltea and KJ combining, but not in the way they would have wanted to. It was a bit of a double commit. Touch up high from Soltea. Zico is not really going to make contact, and it's Muskie bailing out his teammate once more there. Ant-Man tried to play that over to the side and has lost his life for it, but KJ is able to send it away, but gives possession away in doing so. Muskie getting dunked by Soltea, and it's now still in that corner as Rebel looking to try and set something up and recovering, taking that boost crucially from the UEA side, so should be a little bit starved here, should UEA.
Yeah, they're definitely getting that boost levels down to a minimum that they don't want, and Zico gets a brilliant clear right here. Can he finish it up? Gets that ball to the sideline, sadly enough, and Ant-Man, brilliant pinch. Muskie still able to get a save, gets that ball over Soltea. KJ as the last man standing now, tries to get this ball forward, gets it past one, gets it past two, but there is Muskie still in the midfield, and Soltea can't really do anything with the ball. But the pressure, it's immense. Both teams are trading opportunity after opportunity. But we have 9 shots already from UEA and only 3 for Fair Play Martini.
Oh, not like this, UEA. Oh, so close. Ant-Man with that whiff there, but weren't able to convert. Muskie has sent that one up high just to try and buy his teammates some time on defense. He's going to whiff this ball himself and let Ant-Man get a hold of it. They've left themselves a bit open. Rebel had to put that one into the corner there. If there had been more power on that shot from Ant-Man, then it could have spelled disaster for the Martinis. Ball bouncing up and down now. Ant-Man in a spot of bother here. He has no boost. Can he make the save? No, he cannot. Rebel has finished the series in a Game 4 overtime for the Martinis, and the trend of reverse sweeps is broken.
Oh, this is, of course, brilliant for Martini side. And you know why? Rebel was also the one that called out last game. And he did it as well. He was the one to close it out for GEA, Martini, Fair Play, Groningen. And the best thing is, we only had 4 shots from Martini, and we had about 13, 14-ish from UEA. So, brilliant defense plus brilliant offense. Martini definitely a team to be feared for.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought, you know, UEA were starting to build some momentum, but Martini, they really stepped up and kind of just halted that and halted UEA in their tracks there and kept the game scoreless despite, as you say, all of that pressure from UEA. And then in overtime, it just looked like they held their nerve that little bit better and were able to finish things with that golden goal. You know, score in overtime and the other team has no chance to respond, especially when you're on series point like GEA Martini were there. But that is going to be all for this series. Any more comments before we throw to a short break, Stealthy?
Well, bring it on. Next week's will, of course, decide quite a lot, and UEA are in no good way at all looking into the next weeks. They have to bring up their A game in order to even make it to the playoffs still. So, but that's enough about this much. Martinis deserved the win. They did it brilliantly, but we need a short break before we go to the next game.
Absolutely. So we will be right back. The next game that will be on stream is ULB versus Durham Defenders. So don't go anywhere for that one.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it out. them up. Ganja smoking, they got rum in me cup. Bad gals wind up on the dance floor. All the gals wind up on the dance floor.
Welcome back to the final game of today's games of the group stages. Jesus, my words are tripping over each other right now. I'm Noah Lake. I'm going to be joined on the desk for this final game of the evening by Orion and by Stealthy Wolf. And we have a series coming up that I don't think any of us expected to be as important as it is going to be, as we have ULB taking on the Durham Defenders for the top of this group. And honestly, Orion, I mean, it's looking to be a very good series this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot on the line. Durham finding themselves in a very advantageous spot in EURC after not having the best showing in the respective UK leagues. That would be the NSC and the Newell. So Durham, yeah, if they win this series, they could go top of their group. But equally, UOB or also finding themselves in a very good spot here.
Yeah, absolutely. The Free University of Brussels, Stealthy Wolf, I'm going to come over to you because, I mean, this is a team that you were kind of saying, you know, we didn't really know what to expect of this team coming in. And so far, you know, they've beaten some very good teams. You know, they put up good results against UEA, against Bournemouth. And they are looking, you know, they're looking to challenge at the top of this group. And they're doing so with some very solid play.
Yeah, the only thing that we really had as a result on them was, of course, the way they qualified in the Belgian College League, where they took a pretty dominant performance over the second team from Belgium that qualified, PXL, or how I would like to abuse and call them Pixel. But I mean, please don't, unless you want to get angry tweets thrown at you. I've had that once. I found it very funny. It's now memes between them and me, but I don't induce anybody to call them Pixel. So it's PXL. They also had a decent performance so far. But I really do feel like we can say that ULB is like at least one league, if not two leagues above them.
Yeah, no, I think just given the way that they've been playing, it's definitely not unfair to say that at the moment. And I think we're kind of just talking about it here, given what we're talking about, is the fact that this is a top of the table matchup. This Group C has been absolutely crazy. We've seen some of it on stream. We just saw the GEA Fair Play Martinis take down the UEA Blue Jays, and all of a sudden, Orion, UEA Blue Jays are kind of fighting for their tournament lives in this group.
Yeah, they really are. That was a very unfortunate loss, though. I thought we were going to see a continuation of the pattern. You know, I looked in my crystal ball before the series and made a prediction, and it was coming true. I got 3 games right, and then unfortunately in that game number 4, they weren't able to close it out. It was Martinis that actually looked really, really good in that game and that overtime especially. So yeah, commiserations to UEA. They can still survive, but you know, they are kind of treading water a bit now.
Yeah, treading water. Over on the other side, though, you know, it is the GEA Fair Play Martinis. You know, they've been looking very strong. They are those the Dutch League winners coming in on that one. And Stealthy Wolf, I mean, to you, have they been living up to expectations in this group? Obviously, they're doing well, but, you know, they're not contesting for the top of the group right now. And I think, honestly, I personally expected them maybe to be in a position to contest for that top of the group after week 2.
Yeah, we definitely anticipated for them to be either, if not the first, then the second team, as to be the top team of the group. But yeah, to then be reverse sweep by team that we are going to see in a second as well, the ULB, the Free University of Brussels. That was just incredible. Like, for that to happen and Martini to throw that away, that of course brings us to this place. I don't fully remember who ULB lost to. But then at the same time, I find it very hard to say how this matchup is going to pan out because both teams have a lot of potential, have a very good score so far. And now, like you said, it's a top tier match. Which one of the two is going to take top 1? Which one is going to have to settle with top 2? for me, it's very clear, of course, because I still feel like ULB have a lot to show. They are a little bit the same way, though, as Ryan would want to say, that very slow kind of starting team as UEA Blue Jays. And I think that's also why they went to Game 5 in the series between themselves.
Yeah, now we're going to go to predictions very quickly then, and I think that's going to lead in very nicely, Stealth Wolf. The one thing I will say is that ULB lost 3-0. They got swept by Engine Stuttgart. And I want to know, is that going to change the prediction that I think you're about to give?
No. You sometimes just have bad days, I guess, and bad performances, and I guess that we can call a bad performance. I mean, sometimes just it doesn't go the way you want it, Newlog, and hey, it is what it is. You just bounce back, you come back stronger, and I feel like right now this is what we are going to see, and I think they're gonna bounce back. But I think they need Game 5 once again, because that's the only way they seem to have won so far, is take every team to Game 5 and then push it.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I'm going to go the other way, actually. I'm going to go for the British team. I'm going to say, Orion, that I think that Durham Defenders, actually have it in them. I think they've had a great game of Rocket League so far. They swept the TUD Apes earlier today, who are looking good. Could have also been in this position to be on top of the group at the end of the day. And that means, Orion, I'm going to throw it to you. I'm going to give you the deciding vote. Which team do you actually think is going to win this series?
Well, you know, I've got to go with the UK lads as well. I'm going with Durham. They didn't have the best start to their season in NSE, and it would really be a real boost for them now if they were able to take this series and top their group in EURC. And I think that would translate over to the other competitions as well. So I'm picking Durham, and I'm going to say that it's going to be a 3-0 sweep.
I mean, look, that's entirely fair. I mean, potentially the 3-0 a little bit harsh, as we're now heading rapidly towards this game. We're going to throw it over to the casting desk, who are now sitting there. They're waiting. They've been listening to the predictions. They're going to be bringing you this match and all of the action at the top of this Group C as we head towards the end of this Rocket League of some fantastic Rocket League on this Monday.
Yeah, I mean, so bizarre, right, that we consider this to now be a decider for the top of Group C as things stand. And, I mean, Orion predicting a 3-0 sweep for the Durham Defenders. Actually, I personally think that is crazy. I'd love to back Durham, and I'm a Durham fan. Maybe, you know, you can shed more light on that as well. But personally, I have to say I'm definitely on the side of ULB in terms of prediction for this one.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, I think one thing's for sure, we're going to get a fantastic series here. Both teams coming in really hot. They're, you know, unbeaten tonight thus far. Both teams actually had some results that perhaps on a different day you might not expect them to get. You know, like you say, particularly ULB, if I remember rightly. 5 games both times. UEA taking down Bournemouth as well. Obviously, Bournemouth playing with a sub, but still, to take down the UEA Blue Jays, even in 5 games, no mean feat for a university that, you know, I think perhaps some of our British contenders in here might not have had much on their radar before. And, you know, the only thing I'm thinking is perhaps 2 5-game series. It's already, you know, relatively late, particularly if you're in Europe now, you know, pushing 11 o'clock, 2 5-game series. Perhaps that could go against Brussels, but it'll be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, well, Durham not on the radar, as you say, probably because they didn't even start the domestic season in National League in NSE. Such a typically up and down side the Durham Defenders are, to the point where we sometimes even questioned if they were their university's A team. Imagine that, actually. That was really strange. Imagine that.
Filled in for them
Indeed. As well, they will be going up against ULB here, who have been really just the surprise of the group for me in particular. And again, this match decides who provisionally will be top of the group, and I just think we need to really let that one sink in.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. You know, you look at some of the teams in this group. I mean, coming into this, obviously you had 2 of last season's top 4 in Britain, you know, going straight in here, and neither of them are even in the mentions here. And you say provisionally, you know, by the time, oh my goodness, that one's straight off the crossbar. Sly X.
Oh!
What a team!
What? What is the first
insane?
The first 30 seconds of Durham, the Defenders, have somehow kept a clean sheet, and I literally don't know how. We could watch that 1,000 times, and we wouldn't know how. And the bizarreness continues, by the way, because I can confirm that the Birmingham Badgers in Group D have beaten top of the group Portsmouth 3-1.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know, I left at the end of round 2 of tonight's stream. Everything seemed fairly in order. I come back and the world is on fire. Here we go, another shot and another save. The defenders definitely earning their name at the minute. Ovok looks up for Mordisha. Didn't quite get to him, but Zouch will beat out the on-rushing ULB player here. Volkov's left back in the demo. They've really lent into this style of play recently, the defenders. Lots of bumps, very physically aggressive. Seems to be something that Obok's brought to the team as he's joined new this season. So let's see if they keep that up. But somehow we've gone almost a minute and a half with no goals.
Yeah, again, the key word on that is somehow, as Brussels have been the one asking all the questions. Not a shot on the board yet for Durham, as, you know, ULB will link up in the midfield here with a pre-jump play, and it will find the back of the net this time off a Durham defender. Despite that, Volkos floating through the air, finding Slyax, who finds the shot, and Mordisha may have had the save. And I just want to double check, who actually was that who's turned it into his own net there?
To be honest with you, not quite sure myself.
Evaded detection.
I believe it might have been Obok, but I don't want to throw too many accusations of I didn't see it for sure, and I'll get some heat off them for that if I was wrong. But whoever it was, they are now 1 goal down. But I mean, you know, I don't think either teams were particularly set. Safe to say there's been some nerves. You know, this game, I think neither team would have expected it to mean perhaps quite as much as it does. You know,
I feel like they certainly expected it to mean a lot in terms of, I thought they'd be contesting for, you know, 4th or 5th in the group, but right now they're contesting for 1st or 2nd. And, you know, you don't want to have your group stage turned upside down, and this win can really help you stay up and afloat at the top of the group. And, well, again, to me, ULB coming out of Brussels, they have looked like the better team so far, but there's anything we've learned from today is that the entire half of a series can mean nothing by the end of it, as Durham continuing to defend. Oh, that shot again, pummeling the backboard, the save. Mordisha and Zouch just having a little tea party on the goal line there, just so patient in defense, as again a double commit. The shot coming from side to side, but Slyax will sling it all the way back, and Slyax has seemed completely on top of this game so far, though. Zouch will build it from the defense. Mordisha with the doink. Zouch has to try for the flip reset, but Volkos gonna cut that one out okay, and ULB will conserve their lead for now.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to what you were saying earlier, you know, these teams provisionally top by the end of this, you know, but it's more than that. By the time we finish tonight, every team in this group will have played at least 4 matches. Most will have played 5. Everyone's only going to play 7 matches. The team who wins this, I haven't done the maths, so don't quote me on this, but they stand an incredibly strong chance of qualifying, whether or not they end up close to the top. To be 4-1, I don't see a way that you
pretty much just
from this, you know, playoffs. Although
you pretty much just confirmed top 5 at that point, sure.
Yeah, 100%. 4-1. I don't see the worst you could end up with is a 4-3 record at that point. You have to be in the upper part of that group then. And I mean, you know, especially if the Brussels side here, if ULB end up taking this, they've already played most of the teams in this group that you would be sort of keeping your eye on, you know? Who have they got left to play next week? Have they still got to play? Is it Szczecin?
Yeah, I think Durham have yet to play Szczecin. And Seas is going to get a 2nd goal, by the way. The first off of a great pass from Zouch, and this one off of a pass, well, from himself for the open net. Nice demo in the midfield, and well, ULB are running away with this game 1, and who knows if the series will follow. Durham have had just 1 shot here.
They have, and I mean, you know, you can never count this Durham side out, mostly because the side that turns up in game 1 is often just completely unrecognisable compared to the side that turns up in subsequent games of the series. Which can go both ways. You know, sometimes they could really come out swinging in game 1 and then just become strangers.
But then you see, if they end up going to, say, game 5, which seems like a bonus at this point with how game 1 has gone, then, you know, you have to look back at this cheap game 1, which, hang on a minute. We did see Erasmus get 3 goals in a minute in our 3rd series of the day. This would be ridiculous for a repeat. Mordisha with a nice shot from the midfield, crossbar down. He's going to remind us that the Durham defenders do actually exist in this series.
Yes, you know, got them on the board. It's what you might call a momentum goal. Turn it into game 2, perhaps. Maybe, like you say, there's still time left on the clock. They might still get out of this yet. They are, you know, if anyone could do it, I think it would be these guys. They'd be very true to form to play like this for 4 minutes and then turn up in the final minute and score 3. It would, you know, it fits the stereotype. put it that way. But now it's only 30 seconds. Zouch going to need to do something here. That's an awkward touch from Volkos. Now Zouch, he had Obot down to his left, and I think he should have been looking for him personally, but it's a great clear from Sliax there off his own backboard, although off the crossbar, I think that's going to make the difference here for ULB in game 1.
Big save from Volkos there, and a great performance across the board as well. Sliax feeling like he's one step ahead so often, and sees finding 2 important goals here in this game 1, which may have been 3-1, but in terms of performance, maybe far this last minute, it's been very, very strong from ULB, who, by the way, I think about 93% of the channel point prediction went in favor of Durham, so a lot of people might be about to lose a lot of money. And, well, Orion, he looks even sillier because he predicted a sweep for Durham, which...
already wrong.
Yeah. I don't think it took much. I think it's just crazy. I mean, Durham, with the form that ULB have been in, I know Durham have also got their results today, but I don't know, ULB seem like this completely slept on team in the tournament as a whole. And imagine the statement they could get, not just by getting, you know, top of the group would be ridiculous, but even by the fact that they actually have such a good chance of getting top 3 of this series for sure. And top 3 starting in upper bracket, going into playoffs when they came out of pool 5 or 6 in terms of seeding. That is huge for the Belgium side.
It is, and if I'm reading this correctly, Durham themselves came from a very low pool, obviously as an open qualifying team. Came from pool 7, I believe. And you know, the one thing you have to look at though for these guys, you know, there's a big discrepancy in next week for them. So I'm looking now and I'm seeing that we've got ULB have left to play. They've played Bournemouth, they've played UEA, they've played Stuttgart. Admittedly, they lost to Stuttgart, but it's out the way, you know. That's a fixture they don't have to worry about. Next week, it's going to be TUD and it's going to be Szczecin. That's nice for them, I think. You know,
at least one win.
You would think, and you know, especially if they can replicate the kind of form they've come out with today, they could well get another. You know, against TUD, against Szczecin, both teams very. Durham, on the other hand, it's not looking so pretty for them next week. They, I believe, have Bournemouth and Engine Stuttgart to play. So it's you know, it's a. You would perhaps hope that they could get one or at least keep 2 games, particularly if Bournemouth again are fielding a substitute player next week. But, you know, I think out of the 3 series that Durham still have yet to finish, this is perhaps the one they'd be looking at the most as winner. Whereas for, you know, for ULB here, this is perhaps the hardest match they have left.
Oh, who knows if ULB are the kingpin of the group. Maybe this series is a too far stretch for Durham, but I certainly think they could do with the first goal in this second game, of course, on the beautiful Forbidden Temple as well. They appear to be defending and double committing, and we sort of seem to have picked up where we left off in game 1 of Obot up the backboard with a nice clear as far as sees. Can he find the infield, or does he just go alone here? Forces to commit out of the defense, though he is denied by Obot again. Mordisha, no boost to his name, forces a nice 50, but again, Durham fighting just to get out of their half right now, and yet it's still 0-0 though. Big backboard clear and a great one indeed. Mordisha will get the second touch. No support as Obot was removed, and if Brussels can keep Durham off the field when they do enter their half, then what are Durham really meant to do?
To be honest with you, my main instinct would be just do it back. Durham, I think one of the main things that surprised a lot of teams domestically last season about the new look defenders was the physical play, you know? I think they've always been known as a very mechanically gifted team, and that's not changed, but the physical aspect of this defender's side is something that's, you know, only been growing in recent weeks and over the last season or so. And I think that's something they could leverage against these guys, get a couple of key demos. They'll be looking, you know, to really sort of unnerve them. I think that's perhaps something that all the teams have let ULB get away with. And they get away with one there.
It's another big save from Volkos though, holding down the defense for the Belgians there as Sliax forces a nice 50 off the corner, though Mordisha is forced to make that block. Tries another that sees a little bit too quick. Can he get the second touch? Goes underneath. Volkos is there, but can't quite find the angle. Mordisha's actually going to whiff on that touch. Zouch has to come across, but only pinches it as far as Sliax on towards the backboard. But Obot with a classic backboard clear. He's been very reliable there this game, at least as we cross half time. ULB are pressing forward a little bit more. Though Zouch, He's making that touch away to the side. Mordisha now making contact on that one.
All
Another
three.
double commit from Durham, though. It seems to be a little bit of a repeat and
Yeah,
recurring
all
factor
three of them
here
went
as
for
well.
that
Mordisha onto that backboard. He's going to find Obop off the back of it. Here's a poke. Zouch impatiently flinging himself at that one. Sees he's got that clear, no problemo. The Slacks will get beaten out by Mordisha, though. Volkos is required, though. Make the save he does. And the more this game 2 goes on, the more and more crucial this opening goal gets.
Exactly. But I've got to admit, I'm very impressed with... Oh, have I spoken too soon? Not quite. I'll carry on. I'm very impressed with the way that the defenders, they've been really starved for boost so far this game. And that offensive push they carried out just before, most of the offence was being done by players on very minimal boost, and yet they managed to make it work. Zouch, in fact, has stepped up Mordisha. And he managed to get this in at the back post. It looked well gone to me.
Now the ULB defense has been so strong, but Zouch just beating out Slacks,
Yeah,
and
he
Mordisha with
to it.
all the faith in the world.
Yeah.
He was there sniffing the goal line to tuck that one in. And Durham do crucially get the first goal in game 2 here. But can, all the fate from Zouch, can ULB respond? The flick, infield, Mordisha couldn't get the shot past the last goalkeeper though. Slacks tries to pass it across the seas, but he's got no boost. He couldn't push up, and Durham will keep their lead and just not quite be able to expand it. As Zouch with a solid shot. Oh, don't careful not to overcommit. This ULB defense is happy to make the blocks and make another. They do. Volkos with that touch. Durham trying to keep possession here, trying to keep asking questions. I'm just scared they might overcommit in the process.
One
But
too many.
yeah, I mean, it's nice to see them playing with confidence, but ULB have looked so reliable in this series so far, but they are running out of time as it stands.
They are. We'll call that a fake from Obop, and he's going to get back to it off the sidewall there. Sees is up. Zouch has actually beaten him out. Like you say, my main fear here is that Durham are going to try and send the kitchen sink when they really don't need to send the kitchen sink, and it's going to come back and bite them. Zouch is throwing himself at this, but then, you know, if it's what you know, it's going to work. And actually, Mordisha must have heard me and has decided to shut me up, because Durham, with 22 seconds to go, have doubled their lead here in game 2.
Once again, Zouch working it down the right-hand side and finding Mordisha from close quarters. 22 seconds on the clock. ULB have to find 2 goals in that time, and that is one hell of a tall order. And if they can't, hang on a minute, Mordisha looking to get a double. Doesn't have enough boost for it though. First touch, a little off the mark as Seas will get the block from defense. And it looks like ULB was sort of hoping this would be a little bit of a cruise after that first game as well. Suddenly Durham have responded as, you know, ULB, they don't know the Durham defenders like we do. They don't know that they are a completely bipolar, great and terrible team at the same time. And, you know, consequently so, they've lost one and won one. And now ULB find themselves heading into a best of 3 to decide top of the group.
I'd be worried if I was them now. That's exactly the kind of thing you don't want to see. You know, you take that game 1, it was pretty comfortable on the whole. The defenders looked like they sort of warmed up a bit towards the end. You go, oh, you know, that's a little bit worrying, but maybe that was just because they, you know, felt like they could just go for it because there wasn't much left in this game. You sort of brush it off. They come out and do this. You know, admittedly, ULB had a lot of the early pressure, but they've been outshot 9-4. And now I feel like the momentum, you know, the sort of, maybe the mental, this is going to be a big test for ULB. Obviously, 5 games in 2 series already tonight. True. This series at least going to 4. You've got to be thinking, you know, perhaps this is now just going to be more of a test of who's going to be able to hold their nerve.
It would, as I would love to say that the momentum is now in Durham's favour coming off that win. However, this is Durham we are talking about, and momentum means absolutely nothing to them. So who knows what will happen going into this game 3, and in particular, can ULB get on the board? Because they were actually shut out in that game 2, yeah.
They were, and I've just noticed we now have a kitchen appliance taking the field for Durham. The more dishwasher is back. I can only hope, oh my goodness.
It's not worked very well. 5 seconds in.
It does take a while to boot up a dishwasher, to be fair. I'll give it to him. The one thing I was going to say, there's a backflip from there. That's not unfortunate. I hope that he brings the passing play. The last time we saw more dishwasher was in Society Showdown Open Quals. Not Open Quals. Society Showdown. Yeah, Society Showdown main event. And it was... The passing then is something I've only seen from them once, and I've never seen it since, and they did it so well.
Well, I remember seeing more dishwasher. More dishwasher made an appearance in the EURC qualifiers when they beat the Birmingham Badgers in Game 5. Although, again, the offense is continuing to come out of ULB. Although the more Dishwasher will make the block in that midfield, it's still the lead in favor of ULB. And so far, the opening goal has decided the result of the game. C's looking to try and double down here, looking for the air dribble, looking to get the angle, but doesn't quite. And Durham do recover in defense, and Modisha won't quite find the double touch to get them off of it. Midfield given up once again to ULB. The shot is dangerous. Oh, that could have been even on target. I don't know. Slyx trying to redirect that one down. I think it was Volkos from his pass. Modisha's going to be able to run this ball away in the first minute. I feel like Durham are almost fortunate to come out at only 1 down.
I think maybe after that, if Zouch had as much faith as Mordisha did in the previous game, it could have been 1-1. But just coming in now, some more scores from Group C here. Just seen that UEA, when they face Durham next... is it Durham they face next week? Whoever they face next week, it's going to be a caged animal UEA, I think, because they have just lost another one to the Fair Play Martinis. And, you know, perhaps that was a game you'd expect them to lose, but there are only so many games you can expect them to lose.
We just had that series on stream.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that score's just come through, been reported, and...
Yeah, it's been confirmed, yeah.
Oh,
that's like...
The standings updated now, it is not looking good for UEA. Oh my goodness! Zach just scored perhaps the slowest goal of the night. I rattle on about confirmed scores, this one creeps in at just 36 kph.
The ULB defenders with the interpretive synchronized dancing on the goal line there, not actually getting the contact to stop the ball, finding the back of the net. And well, it's 1 game apiece in the series, and it's 1 goal apiece in Game 3 here, trying to decide the top of Group C as well. Obot trying to force it around the back ball, but C's again has been performing so well. Nice defense from him there as Zouch will try and find the block though. Slyx will say no to that one. Mordisha will be up first, and the speed is coming out of Durham, but they're not generating anything too meaningful off of it. Nice patience from ULB. Can they punish on the counter is the question, although C's with no boost means that Obot does get that block. Does get a second pinch as well. A bizarre one at that though. Slyx is first to the spilt ball, is first to the second ball, and Mordisha, patient on the goal line there, will find the block on half-time.
Yeah, I'm impressed by the composure that the defenders have shown thus far. Tends to be, you know, it's something of a Durham tradition that when there is expectation, the play is bad, and when there is no expectation, the play is good. So perhaps Durham have been leveraging thus far with their performances tonight the relative lack of expectation coming into the group stage. I did worry that with expectation now, you know, vying for top of the group, things might start to fall apart, but thus far, they've been handling it very well, being very composed, particularly on defence. Had a couple of waivers, but most teams do across a 5-game series. And, you know, as we get towards the 90-second mark here, it's very, very even in Game 3. So, just have to see now who can push on and get this. Is this coming free off the backboard? No, C's manages to make the clear. And but in neutral play here for a change.
Seems like half the time Durham are racing each other for the ball. Again, for either of these sides, what a day it would be to get top of the group. What a shot, but Zouch off the inside of his post. Even Slyx, what a save in him there to give him the credit as what a save it was, scrambling and hustling to get back in time. But how much longer will it work for? Somehow kept out of the net by Zouch, who just flicks it on his own goal line. Absolute flex of a play, was definitely not what he had in mind initially, but somehow it is still 1-1 heading into the final minute of Game 3. Slyx down to C's. Surely ULB take this. Durham haven't had a chance in the past minute or two as Zouch, he'll be up in the midfield. There's no options for him. Has to try and get the block, but get it. He does. Slyx is past that ball. Bop up on the backboard, looking for the bomb, and absolutely bops the defense away. More Dishwasher coming in with the open net, but look at this absolute dustbin removal service. Unbelievable. 2-1, the lead for Durham, and how? ULB have just been the better team for most of this game. They've had the ball halfway across the Durham goal line at least twice at this point, and yet somehow Durham are in the lead.
But, I mean, you know, you see it in all sports. It's the teams that can eke out a win even when they're not playing to their best that are the ones that end up taking, you know, particularly league format.
Yeah.
The ones that can just eke out wins even when they're not playing overly brilliantly, not, you know, controlling the game. They just take the few opportunities they get and they use them. And at the moment, you know, as final seconds tick down, it's not looking entirely fixed on the Durham defense at the minute, but it's looking fairly comprehensive that they might actually be able to take this game. 3 Zouch looking to seal it with some flair. Flip reset, he gets it off the backboard. Won't matter, but as the seconds tick down, ULB launching it down the field. Oh my goodness. Oh my. That is the only, Durham are the only team in Europe who could win a game like that. That is all I'll say on that.
I can't believe they haven't own goal. I can't believe they haven't just own goal. I actually can't believe what I've just seen. Out of Durham, who were 2-1 in the game, are now 2-1 up in the series, despite some great performances from ULB, who were thoroughly the better side in game 1. Durham are winning when it matters here and making it work in ways that we didn't even know existed. Scientists are trying to figure it out. Doctors hate this trick, but Durham are pulling it off right here, and they're 1 game away from what I would consider a miracle week to put them top of Group C.
I mean, yes, I think miracle is one of the few words you could apply to this setup that Durham have found themselves in. One thing I will say, though, that in this game 3, ULB certainly had more of the offensive pressure. You know, they've outshot 10-7, and I think a lot of those shots from Durham were perhaps just erroneously registered long clears. You know, they had all of the pressure in that game. Durham had some very sketchy moments, like you say, Zouch flicking it on his goal line springs to mind, and that'll keep me up at night. But they kept it clean. You know, the only goal they conceded in that game was a very, very strange kickoff goal with an awkward front post rotation from Mordisha, leading to a backflip and a shot in at the near post. And after that, you know, it didn't look pretty. It at times looked absolutely terrifying. But
I mean, it
doesn't matter how you score them when you score them.
Zouch just resting on the couch here, just lying down on the floor with the double touch off of it. 6 seconds in, and Durham have picked up where they left off and now have the lead.
I'm supposed to have words. It's my job here to have words. And I'm really struggling more. Disher! Oh my goodness. Oh, and he's missed it. That's so sad. That was such a brilliant carry from Mordisha then to get all the way over there on the pre-flip air dribble as well. And it really looks like ULB are under siege at the minute.
Certainly has been. Not the trend of any of the games for Durham to open up with the majority of the pressure. Those Slyax maybe feeling the pressure within that backboard clear. Sees with a nice double touch, though, is going to get them into transition. Zouch are required here to clear off that defense. Does so, but Slyax on that turn. Volkov's going to force an awkward touch and another double commit from Durham. Obot up, round the corner here, doesn't get the second touch, sees onto the backboard, but more dishwasher is up and makes the clear. Slyax has to build from the back, flicks it off the backboard, but Zouch, he's up with the shot, sees with a free jump block though. Confident defending from ULB, they think they're on top, but certainly not the story of the series right now, as Seas will get dunked by Mordisha, but Slyax close there in support. Zouch has to rotate back, has to dodge Slyax as well, does so, gets the wave dash recovery, needs to get the touch and does so. Fantastic from Zouch, looking for the infield, but it just falls on deaf ears, unfortunately. Slyax will be there on the side, does get it past one, does pop it past the second, no, Mordisha there to make that defensive touch. And at the end of the day, there's still 3.5 minutes on the clock, but it is counting down, and ULB, they need to stay on the front foot.
They do, and like you say, so far in this series it has been them on the front foot, but this game, Obot's given them a chance to get back at it. But again, look at this is so uncharacteristic of them. I mean, that ball was free in the midfield, had plenty of time and space, the ball just gets launched down, and now Mordisha really nails the double touch, needed a bit more boost, and Zouch, uncharacteristic miss from him, not going to matter. Obot gets a clear, not a brilliant one, but again, that ball from ULB, not really going very fast. Slyax has managed to get it back, but Zouch is there, and Sees in the corner, and like you say, the clock is ticking, and as yet, I don't really even recall ULB having a meaningful chance here in Game 4.
Well, it doesn't really matter as long as they time it effectively as well. Sees round the corner, Slyax is up, but Zouch is back to bump him into his own shot. And Bob winning that 50 in the midfield means that Sees is required, and what a challenge from him there. That was a crucial one as third man as well. Here we go, Durham again trying to break out of defense, but ULB linking up, but Bob just blocking that close angle and getting a block to add it. Gets the mid boost here, but Seas is back in time once again. Gets it past one, 50s another, down off the ceiling though. Zouch goes underneath Slyax, gets it past Volkov somehow. Can it go in? It actually does. And Zouch, with another freak goal here, is going to fake out Slyax, pump it down, and Volkov's with the backflip. The most bizarre goal. This is to decide top of the group, by the way, and Durham are 2-0 up in game 4.
A bit bad for Zouch, I won't lie. I do feel a bit bad for him there, because that fake was fantastic, and now everyone's just going to remember that as the goal with the backflip in it. It's a real shame, but at the end of the day, if they win 2-0, I don't think they'll be that fussed about it, to be perfectly honest. And as the time ticks down, ULB are going to have to stretch to get something back in this game 4. I just don't think anyone would have predicted this at the beginning of the night. Obok with another fantastic save. Durham, the defenders, defending not quite well enough. I spoke a little bit too soon. Slyax makes it interesting here in game 4. Just sows that little seed of doubt in Durham mind as 100 seconds approaches.
Another double panic, double commit from Durham there. Slyax putting Brussels back in it. ULB definitely just looking to scare. They could easily force this game 5 as a great day for either team who are looking to get 3 wins out of 3 for the night, as Zouch is up and wins the race to that one. And the best way to defend, oh, he nearly got a hat trick there, is to just keep the opponents in their own defense. Much easier to keep the ball out of your own net by keeping it down near theirs, as Volkov's again going to slightly whiff. More Dishwasher with the shot, but Slyax will make that save. Bob is there. Smart play. Puts that one high rather than forcing the shot. What a redirect from Zouch! What is this man? These first 2 goals were bizarre, but this is just exquisite.
Man is playing the best series of his life. I hope, in fact, that if the defenders win this series, we will get to have a chat with him, because I have some questions about what he's eating with his breakfast, so that I can copy it before NFE tomorrow. Oh my goodness, more Dishwasher makes the save. Zouch has been playing out of his mind here, and the defenders, as a whole, really have played absolutely stellar Rocket League, outside all expectations. And you know, this win, even now, I think, you know, they'll go 4-1 if they can hold this for another minute. And they get a 4!
Oh my goodness. 4-1.
4-1.
They're 4-1 up right now. Zouch having a part in every goal. More Dishwasher with a clang to the top shelf. And I think it's fair to say that the Durham has turned up is the good one. They woke up on the right side of the bed today. Still a fantastic day from ULB, who put themselves massively in top 5, if not still top 3 contention with their nice week next week. But Durham, you know, Durham might be the story of the tournament right now if they can see this series out.
Slyax has saved it. That's unfortunate for him. That's perhaps Brussels. I think ULB needed that to go in. Zouch, you can see the confidence on this man. He reads that if he can. Now, 1 back. It's more Dishwasher.
It's time on the clock.
There
it's just too late.
This is it.
It's actually happened.
3-0 in this week. On top of Group C in the European University Rocketeers Championship, and that's that. They have. I'm just absolutely. I mean, I'm ecstatic, obviously, but I'm also completely lost for words.
I mean, the performance from Zouch in that last game, but the whole performance from the team in the series. After game 1, I was like, oh no, this might not be close. And then I forgot we're dealing with Durham here. And I think ULB also got completely stunned and slapped in the face in that respect. As it just felt they sort of switched off a little bit. They looked so damn good in game 1. And I was like, oh, I can see how they're nearly top of the group. And now, in this most bizarre scenario, Group C is now effectively, if not more messier, than Group B as well. Group D also in turmoil after the Badgers have
everything's on fire.
Basilisks could not. I mean, the Basilisk 20 series. Do you actually remember which way that went? I actually think
I can't remember anything anymore.
I think Basilisk might have beaten Twente actually. I don't want to say.
One thing
the standings will
be
updated. We will keep you updated when we have them, of course, going into next week as an unbelievable series to end the day of a day of back-to-back reverse sweep. And of course, we'll have an interview from the Durham defenders, let's not forget. And I have word that maybe it will be the man's out himself. As well as I think the only group that right now is going even remotely normally is Group A, right?
Yeah. And one thing I do want to point out, just to sort of, as if the pot in Group C wasn't already being stirred to overflowing, I've just seen in the score channel here, we have Bournemouth 3-1 UEA. So UEA really in trouble now. Really in trouble. They will need 2 wins next week to do well, I think. But what was more interesting for me was that game 1, Bournemouth took. Obviously playing with RW Dragon, 2-0. UEA came back, took game 2, 4-0. Bournemouth won game 3 and 4 with a little man named Cloud playing for their side.
Oh, interesting.
So,
Bournemouth, yeah.
Who knows what that's gonna the people are already asking the questions. Sigmoid spotted it in our general chat. Is Cloud back on a permanent basis now? That's another fascinating story arc that we'll have to tune in next week for in Group C. But
even tomorrow, as domestically, that puts them very much alive for still championship bracket. Oh
100%.
my goodness. I mean, we don't even need to tune in next week, Ashna. We can tune in on Wednesday because we have more games on Wednesday as well as Saturday.
Correct. Yeah.
Unbelievable. As of course, we want to get Zouch in here as fast as possible. He's a VIP man right now. The paparazzi are after him. He's picking his suit, which way he's going to show up to our interview. So we're jumping to that break and we're getting here as fast as possible. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final interview of the broadcast. And of course, it is the main man himself from that series. Like I said, he picked out his finest suit, which we may not be able to see Zouch right now, but Zouch, Can you confirm that you are in your finest group and finest suit? And can you confirm that we are indeed in a reality where Durham Defenders have just gone top of the group?
As unbelievable as it is, yes, and full suit, top hat, monocle, waistcoat, the business.
I don't doubt it. I genuinely, I don't.
Literally. As I was going to say, Achinum, surely you need to give it like an identity check on Zouch. You said yourself that maybe this is the best he has ever played. Certainly to me in that last game, that hat trick and particularly the last goal of them, unbelievable. But then again, of course, about the tests that are yet to come in the group.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were saying, at some point, I think during that first game, it might have been, we were saying that of the games that you guys had left going into this series against Brussels, I would like to give, by the way, another, final shout out to ULB, who will, I think, now be feeling a little bit sad that they didn't, that they might feel like they could have done a bit better, but to get a 2-1 record tonight and I think Zouch will agree as well, they played brilliantly. But I just wanted to ask you what you think about my assessment of your series next week. Do you reckon you're going to see, you've got Bournemouth and Engine Stuttgart. Bournemouth potentially newly reformed. Obviously, that's still developing as we speak and could have developed quite a long way again by the time we meet next week. So that's sort of always going to be a bit of a question mark. But what do you reckon about those series?
I mean, it depends on what state of identity crisis Bournemouth are in, as you rightly point out. That would probably be I'm not going to say we're likely to win that one if they're at full strength. The Stuttgart is a lot more beatable, but we're just going to turn up and play. We're not too. We must win this. We'll just do our best and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing for me is I think if you can get at least that win, say, against Stuttgart, that would pretty much keep it in your hands in that you would certainly make top 3 in the group if you can get that win there. As, again, top 3 so huge to secure so that you can get that upper bracket placement in playoffs, as you don't want to start in lowers, as that group entirely right around. Group C has just gone absolutely not so much topsy-turvy, but like the likes of UEA are out, but of course the TUD8 still massively in contention, right?
Yeah, the group is still kind of wide open, and it is kind of flipped on its head. We maybe would have expected UEA to be doing a lot better than they have been, and that 3-1 loss to the Martinis didn't do them any favors and really kind of left them in not such a favorable spot, and now Durham on the other side of things, top of the table. Pretty incredible.
I mean, that's the thing for you, Zouch, as well. In terms of, are you just happy to be here, happy to be where you are in the group, or do you think you want to really ramp up the pressure? And if you get them 2 series, even get a bye in the upper bracket? Or speaking of identity crises, are you going to show up as Durham not so very impressive defenders next week and lose both and maybe fall into some sort of tiebreaker?
I mean, look, we're a team of duality, okay? I own goal like 3 times in game 1, okay? Yeah. And then I score goals in the later games, and it comes back around. We absolutely throw like our lives depend on it, like we're in the MLB.
And at the end of game 2, you nearly team own goal.
That's true.
You know what you did to my heart rate. Do you know I'm gonna have to go to the doctors tomorrow morning to I don't think my heart has stopped palpitating.
Yeah, that would have been a good end to that game. That would have been great.
Or not.
But, yeah, well, but to answer the question, I think as I've said before, we're just gonna play our best. I mean, there's loads of really good teams in Europe, and we are just like the most variable team ever. I don't really know what affects us. I think it's probably like horoscopes or the tides or something that affects how we're performing. It's just what it is. We're just gonna turn up and play some Rocket League.
To be fair, game 1 I was worried for you guys. I don't know how you were feeling in the series, right? Because game 1 felt pretty damn controlling from ULB. I thought they were certainly the better team at the start of that series. But going into game 2, Mordisha did change his name to more Dishwasher. Did that change the atmosphere in comms, or did you just decide that you'd find your carry boots by game 4?
Well, I don't know. I think they had a really weird kind of play style. It was very boomable, very ball chasey, and after hanging around in the warm-up lobby, and they scored like 20 goals, and we were just driving around. It took us a while for us to actually warm up and be able to play in a way that would counter them with, you know, big hits over them and going for interruptions and demos and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. It worked out. What can I say?
I mean, Orion, I don't know if there's any other questions you have for Sir Zouch himself. I know Chad is spamming, you know, spam chat if you love the Zouch. Are you mutual here? Is everyone loving the Zouch? Or are we going to be reminded tomorrow that actually Durham is still performing quite embarrassingly domestically?
Well, I just wanted to ask Zouch what he thought of Durham Defenders' new mascot, which is a Charles Monkey George, who was featuring in the bottom right there. What do you think of that new mascot, Zouch? Is he giving you good luck?
I think, in fact, there might be some kind of voodoo situation going on with George. In that when he shows up for EURC, we show up. But
there you go. I'll bring him next week.
In other domestic tournaments, maybe it's his absence that's causing us to throw a tremendous amount.
Give me your address. I'll post him.
Thank you.
I mean, with that, I don't think there's anything else we could possibly say.
Where do you go from there?
The Voodoo Monkey has spoken, and we will have to see you all on Wednesday. We will have more games that help us shape up the standings. Don't forget, we have a Saturday games as well this week. So, of course, thank you very much, Zouch, for coming on and admitting the secret strategies that Durham have. Of course, I wish you luck in your games next week as well. But, of course, don't look as far as next week. We will see you, of course, tomorrow domestically. But in terms of EURC, we will see you on Wednesday and Saturday. We hope you've had a great evening watching. I know we've had a great evening ourselves being here. So enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you then.